Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats imminently. The event will be starting imminently. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin shortly. Please take your seats if you have not done so already.
With deepening divisions in societies across the world and with women's basic rights under attack, leaders must come together to reflect and, crucially, to act. More than 2 decades on from the adoption of the UN Resolution 1325. Where are we today? It's time to ask ourselves, how have we made so much progress on women's rights just to see them regress? Why do women continue to bear the brunt of war?
Women like freedom.
How does the role of women change in times of war and in times of peace? Why are we still underrepresented in decision-making roles related to peace and security? It's time to address. How do we empower the crucial role of women in negotiations and reconciliation? How will newer threats of climate change or rapid advancements in technology continue to impact women's rights? And perhaps most importantly, how do we ensure that the progress made is secured permanently? Bringing together leaders, policymakers and experts under the theme Building Alliances for Sustainable Peace, welcome to this year's edition of the Women, Peace and Security Forum. Can you see the change? Can we be the change?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to give everyone a warm welcome to the first edition of Women, Peace and Security Forum. My name is Nafisa Latic and I will be your host over the next 2 days as we bring you leaders, experts, influencers, academics, and so much more here in the heart of the Western Balkans in Pristina. We want to shed a light to what's happening in Europe as we speak. And we want to look deeper into the role of women during war, during process of peace, during their roles in security. On the initiative of the President of Kosovo, Her Excellency Mrs. Vjosa Osmani, we are officially opening this inaugural edition of the forum. Great to see you all here in this massive number. I'm really happy. It looks like a great audience, and I'm sure we will have a great time. Here with me today is Adriati Kelmendi. He's a well-known Kosovar journalist, and people tell me they respect him, the viewers respect him, and the leaders respect him. He will open the forum in Albanian language as well. Fjala per ju.
Thank you. Faleminderit Paula Nafisa. Unë zet të nderuar pjesëmarrës zonja dhe zotrinj, pra kam kënaqësinë e veçantë që këtu në kryeqytetin e Republikës së Kosovës ta hap këtë forum në gjuhën shqipe. Pra është forumi me iniciativën e presidentës së Republikës së Kosovës, zonjës Vjosa Osmani, për Gratë, Paqen dhe Sigurinë i pari i tillë në Kosovë. Forumi, siç u tha, synon të diskutojë jo vetëm sfidat në përballje me paqen dhe sigurinë, por edhe të synojë të gjejë opsionet për evidentimin e tyre, por jo vetëm t'i theksoj, por edhe të gjejë zgjidhje për to. Dhe si i tillë hyn në fushë zotimeve që ka marrë Republika e Kosovës për samitin për demokraci nga presidenti i Shteteve të Bashkuara të Amerikës, zoti Joe Biden. Dhe besoj se ku ka vend më të mirë se sa këtu në Prishtinë të flasim për gratë, paqen dhe sigurinë në mesin e rreth 400 pjesëmarrësve, 126 folësve nga shumë shtete, pra janë saktë 33 shtete dhe sigurisht nga 6 kontinentet e botës, pikërisht për paqen dhe sigurinë. Nga njëherë edhe duke thuaj se gati e pa imagjinueshme, kur e shohim dhe sidomos na bën zilishajt në burrave, kur flasim dhe shohim çdo ditë sukseset e grave kosovare. Pra nuk është që nuk e dim gjithë se jo vetëm më shumë se 60-70 kilometra prej ku po qëndrojmë, pra nëse nisemi në këtë drejtim, e gjejmë shtëpinë dhe pjesën efemerisë një ndër grave më të njohura botërore të paqes, pra fituesen e çmimit Nobel për paqe në Nën Terezë. Dhe ajo sigurisht gjithmonë ka qenë edhe inspirim për gratë dhe vajzat kosovare. Nga kjo pjesë e botës, siç e dim, njëra ka lindur, tjetra ka ardhur, është rritur, ka kaluar një pjesë të efemerisë dhe kanë pushtuar skenat botërore, pra janë dy superyjet botërore të muzikës sot në botë, Dua Lipa dhe Rita Ora, të cilat nuk lëshojnë asnjëherë rastin që të flasin për rëndësinë e paqes dhe sigurisë në rajon por edhe në botë. Dhe kur bëhet fjalë sërish për sigurinë, këtë rast ndoshta është sporti i mundjes, arritja e medalje olimpike, ne kemi 3 gra, pra s'ka asnjë burr, 3 gra, të cilat kanë arritur që të fitojnë nga Kosova e vogël medalje olimpike në lojrat olimpike, dhe ato janë Majlinda Kelmendi, Nora Gjakova dhe Distria Krasniqi. Madje Kosova gati sa nuk shkoi edhe në Oscar, dhe edhe një sukses i grave kosovare me një film që flet për vuajtjet e grave kosovare, pra ishte zonja Blerta Basholli si regjisore dhe roli kryesor i zonjës Yll Kagashi, ato të cilat portretizuan fatin, por edhe suksesin e shumë grave të fshatit Mej, të cilat humbën burrat e tyre gjatë luftës, por ja dolën të mbijetojnë dhe të jetojnë të bëhen shembull për shumë gra, jo vetëm Kosovë, por gjithandej ku shikua dhe u pa ky film. Por kosovare besoj asnjëherë nuk ka pushuar edhe t'ja jap drejt për drejt vlerësimin grave. Ne sot kemi gra në krye të institucione më të rëndësishme, ndoshta më shumë se shumë shtetet rajonit, për të mos e tepruar nganjëherë duket se jemi kam edhe për shumë vende të botës, dhe kemi arritur diçka që sërish një grua në atë pyetjen se për këtë do të votoni më së tepërmi në zgjedhjet e fundit nacionale, një grua në mesin e gjithë burrave dhe grave ka marrë votat më të mëdha nga gjithë burrat dhe gratë, dhe çon tjetë edhe nikosirja e sotme zonja Vjosa Osmani, e cila edhe është presidente e vendit. Dhe gjithsesi një grua ka qenë sidomos inspirim i grave dhe vajzave kosovare të dekadave të fundit, është ish sekretarja amerikane e shtetit, zonja Madeleine Albright, e cila luftoi aq shumë për paqen në botë, për gratë, për lirinë e këtij vendi, por edhe për lirinë e gjithë qytetarëve të botës. Kjo është edhe arsyeja pse ky forum sot, pra forumi i grave, paqes dhe sigurisë në Kosovë, i dedikohet trashëgimisë së pasur dhe kujtimit të zonjës Madeleine Albright. Ajo sigurisht se ka qenë edhe ftuar të marrë pjesë, pra derisa po përgatitej ky forum, por siç e dim, fati e deshi që të mos jetë me ne. Kosova kishte kënaqësinë ta pres vajzën e saj, drejtoreshën e MCC-s, zonjën Alice Albright, dhe unë kisha kënaqësinë ta kem edhe për një intervistë. Dhe thënë gjitha këto, pas gjatur, pra kur përdoret ajo klisheja famshme, pas çdo burri të suksesshëm qëndron një grua e fortë, për Kosovën sigurisht se vlen që pas çdo suksesi të Kosovës qëndron një grua zonja. Dhe tash nganjëherë flasim shumë në burrat, po ja fjalën sërish një gruaje të suksesshme dhe zonjë Nafisa.
I'm still learning. Adriatic is teaching me Albanian language. Now that we don't need visas, I can come more often in Pristina. Finally. Yeah.
Ali ne znam jel su priznali I pasoše.
And he's learning Bosnian as well, because I'm Bosnian. So let's see what happens in the future, but it's a positive step. And also maybe you can help me get an interview with Dua Lipa while we are talking. That would be great. Okay, I want to share one personal story with you. Just days after the war in Ukraine broke out, I interviewed Mrs. Vjosa Osmani, the president of Kosovo, in my studio in Istanbul. While we were waiting for the cameras to start rolling, we talked about our lives briefly and the concerns we had in the wake of yet another conflict. And we realized we are both former refugees. Me, a refugee from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and her, a refugee from Kosovo. During that moment, I realized how important it is that people who went through horrors of war, like we both did, share their experiences and for the need to call on international institutions to do whatever they can to prevent the conflicts from escalating and to protect women and children above all. During that interview, she called on NATO to speed up the process of membership for my country, Bosnia, and for Kosovo as well, and she was the first one to do so. Please join me in welcoming Her Excellency Dr. Vjosa Osmani, the President of Kosovo, to officially open this summit.
Good morning, everyone. Dear friends of the Women, Peace and Security Forum, welcome to the Republic of Kosovo. Your Excellency, President Vela, President Kalulait, President Yahyaga, Vice President Senkebal Senior, dear Prime Minister Kurti, dear Deputy Prime Ministers Smarovic and Grubi, dear ministers, deputy ministers, members of parliament, representatives of the US government, the European Union, NATO, delegations from all across the world, members of our security institutions, excellencies, ambassadors, members of civil society, academia, local and international partners, dear media representatives, distinguished guests. Good morning once again, and welcome to the first edition of the Women, Peace and Security Forum. I am absolutely delighted and honored to welcome you all for this inaugural event, for a cause we have all long championed, for a cause that I believe is fundamental to this country's success, and a cause that I'm convinced lays at the very foundations of sustainable peace and thriving societies. This forum today and the efforts to bring you all here together is the culmination of decades of struggle, strife, and success of the women of Kosovo and of women around the world. 22 years ago, the fierce, determined, and visionary women leaders across the world joined their voices to launch Resolution 1325, a historic act that is the cornerstone of what today is known as the WPS agenda. 22 years ago, we had that revealing global moment when the world started to realize that when discussing peace and deciding about peace, the voices of women are indispensable. It also became widely clear that when recovering and providing relief after wars and conflicts, we can only deliver successfully with the contribution and active engagement of women. But most importantly, it must be equally as clear to all of us that if we want to maintain, preserve, and continue to build peace, we can only do it with women sitting at the decision-making table. We have come a long way in our fight, but as we see in Ukraine, in Iran, in Cuba, in Afghanistan, to name but a few, a woman's right to be heard not only in matters of peace and security, but in matters of daily life and basic and fundamental human rights is being brutally fought through war and discrimination. The challenging reality is that women's rights are not just being tested, abused, and neglected in autocratic regimes around the world. These rights are even being challenged in democracies. From an increase in domestic violence cases around the world to regression on reproductive rights, or rape being used as a tool of war in conflicts and wars around the world, to women being stoned to death for requesting respect for basic human freedoms, we can see that the reality is grim and we cannot hide away from this fact. But that does not mean that we will shy away from speaking up, coming together, and standing up for what is right. I see so many of you here today, and in all of you, I see the opportunity to do things right. There are so many young girls watching us live, so many women that fight for these rights, and so many grandmothers that want to leave behind a much better world. To them, I say, in this world, you might have been brought up not as an equal, but we will work relentlessly, day and night, side by side, to ensure that equality turns into our joint everyday mission. While we look into the future, we must not and cannot forget our past. The history of Kosovo is the history of every woman who has removed a stone from our path towards equality. The women who led the peaceful resistance and the protests in the 90s. The women who took up arms to defend this country as part of our liberation struggle. The women who participated in peace talks. The women survivors of sexual violence and survivors of horrendous genocidal massacres. Champions of justice. Women in civil society and media who always fought for truth. Women in leadership, but also women in all walks of life who never, ever gave up, no matter how difficult and no matter how thorny the road ahead. Because of them, and because of our joint and relentless effort, the future of Kosovo will be the future made for every girl and for every woman. Dear guests, we are humbled to see so many of you with us today. We are delighted to have the opportunity to bring together women and men from every corner of the world to discuss how we can move ahead on this crucial agenda over 2 decades on from the adoption of the UN Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. This year's theme, Building Alliances for Sustainable Peace, is about bringing nations together, big or small, to ensure that the challenges in implementing this agenda are met, but also how we can find ways in which we can build new partnerships to not only we move ahead, but also move ahead collectively as well as sustainably, to ensure that change is not only positive, but also permanent. I want to take this opportunity to thank all our speakers, panelists, and audience members who have traveled far and wide to be here today, from 33 countries, from 6 continents, with more than 120 speakers and over 500 participants. This is a testament to the acknowledgement of the importance of this agenda, as well as an acknowledgement that as we all convene here today, the world we now have is no longer the world we knew. As we speak, the people of Ukraine are being faced with the horrors of a brutal, unjust, and unprovoked war. We have today among us a member of parliament from Ukraine and journalists from Ukraine. We are honored to be able to host you, to welcome you, and we truly appreciate you joining us while you are fighting to defend freedom and democracy, not just for yourselves, but for all of us. What you, your people, and your country are witnessing brings back vivid memories for our people and so many in our region. While wars of this nature that are led by genocidal regimes know no boundaries, it has become more evident that the challenges that women are witnessing are becoming graver by the day. This stark reality makes national, regional, and international sustained commitment and sustainable implementation of the Women, Peace, and Security agenda all the more critical. Every one of us in this room can agree that countries can be more peaceful and, crucially, more prosperous when women are accorded equal rights and equal opportunities, and we all know across the globe this is not often the case. This event is the first iteration of what will become a regular occurrence, and it is a key commitment of the Republic of Kosovo to President Biden's Summit for Democracy. But in fact, it is so much more than that. So it only seems fitting that this forum is dedicated to the legacy of one of the biggest champions of women, peace, and security, the late Madeleine Albright, the former Secretary of State of the United States of America, who was initially planned to be the keynote speaker for this event when we had planned it and discussed it with her many, many months ago. But it's sadly unable because she passed away in the meantime. Madeleine Albright will remain a historic figure in this country for her contribution to securing our peace and our freedom. But to those of us that had the opportunity to follow her work, to meet her, or to know her, she remains so much more than just an important figure in history. Madeleine Albright was an inspiration, a trailblazer, and a beacon of hope. She was our voice when we had no voice. And equally so, she was a force to be reckoned with. And she took this fierce drive and fight to the cause of supporting women and putting women at the center of American foreign policy. As the first woman to hold the position of Secretary of State of the United States, she famously said, "When I was Secretary of State, I decided that women's issues had to be central to American foreign policy, but not just because I'm a feminist, but because I believe that societies are better off when women are politically and economically empowered." As President of the Republic of Kosovo, women, peace, and security are central to our country's decision-making. As a commitment to every woman, to every man, and to every child who calls Kosovo home for a safer, more stable, inclusive, and prosperous country. That is because it is us, every woman, every man, and every child of Kosovo who know all too well the cost of war and the very high price of peace. As the world rightly focuses on Russia's illegal and outrageous war of aggression against the Ukrainian people, we may be drawn to view the WPS agenda from a European lens. But the reality is that throughout the world, throughout all of the continents, instability, conflict, war, displacement, discrimination, exclusion, disease, resource scarcity, floods and drought, famine, crime and terrorism continue to be a threat to the most basic human rights of women and girls, and it should alarm us all. The Republic of Kosovo is Europe's youngest country, but we have a WPS National Action Plan, and we are not shying away from the significant challenges that we face as a society in implementing it. We believe that if we deliberately recognize and foster local, national, regional, and international partnerships, every challenge we encounter will provide us with a more meaningful and real opportunity to contribute to and build a safer and more peaceful world. Today among us, you will see Kosovo's women and men who have committed their life to peace and security as embodied by the uniforms they wear with honor and pride. We have with us survivors of wartime sexual violence fighting for justice, and the activists fighting for them, as well as for the victims of domestic violence of today. We have media representatives and civil society often on the front lines of every aspect of the WPS agenda, and who form a key pillar on which the agenda stands: protection, participation, representation, relief, and recovery. The panels here at the WPS Forum are full of leaders, experts, practitioners from all around the world, each bringing with them lessons learned, perspectives, and perhaps most importantly, prescriptions, so that we can get our world to a safe place as allies and as peoples. And just before we kick off what I hope will be a very insightful first day of the forum, I want to thank the people that made this event possible. I want to thank the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora for their support, especially our state protocol. I want to thank Kosovo's police and all of our security institutions for their professionalism and dedication. I want to thank our partners and sponsors. I want to thank the venue staff, and thank you most importantly to my team for their relentless work in realizing a project so close to our hearts. Once again, dear friends, while I welcome you all to this year's edition of the Women, Peace and Security Forum, I hope that in the next 2 days, we can jointly reflect how we can act together in making the WPS agenda a true reality for every woman and every girl in our countries as well as beyond our borders. Let's all work together to live up to the legacy of Madeleine Albright, because as she said, it took us all quite a long time to develop a voice, and now that we have it, we're absolutely not going to stay silent. Thank you very much.
For that lovely and significant and important speech, and we will definitely not stay silent now that we have a voice, especially here in this region. Now we are deeply honored to receive a special video message from Mr. Anthony Blinken, the US Secretary of State.
Po dhe nuk besoj se askush në këtë sallë ka të panjohur faktin se sa janë qytetarët e këtij vendi të lidhur dhe falendërues për kontributin e madh të Shteteve Bashkuara të Amerikës, natyrisht pa angazhimin e drejt për drejt të Shteteve Bashkuara të Amerikës nuk do të kishim as paqe dhe as liri të ndej, kështu që është nder i veçantë sigurisht që me këtë adresim ta nderoj jo vetëm këtë forum, por edhe Kosovën, sekretari Amerikan I Shtetit zoti Anthony Blinken. Ta shohim bashkë.
It's an honor to address this forum, which brings together two of the things my predecessor and mentor, Secretary Madeleine Albright, cared about most: the nation of Kosovo and empowering women. President Osmani, thank you for convening this summit. We're grateful as well to the many organizing partners, including the National Democratic Institute, an institution that was very close to the Secretary's heart. When asked in her later years the achievement she was proudest of from her decades of service, Secretary Albright always gave the same answer: Kosovo. So much of what she believed in and dedicated her life to achieving is reflected in this nation's struggle for independence, its ongoing efforts to build a peaceful, secure, democratic country in which all people, including women and girls, can participate equally and fully. That last idea was, of course, at the core of the landmark UN Security Council Resolution 1325, which affirms the critically important role of women in all aspects of maintaining and promoting peace and security, a resolution Secretary Albright championed as U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. But more than any commitment on paper, 1325 was something Secretary Albright embodied and sought to make real every day, whether she was engaging with leaders at the highest level of government or meeting the people whose lives had been upended by war and by violence. A big part of why she believed in Resolution 1325 was because of her lived experience. As a staffer, and later as a stateswoman, she'd spent much of her professional career in discussions where she was the only woman at the table. And whether she was in the UN Security Council, or at peace talks, or the White House Situation Room, she consistently saw what was lost through the lack of diversity in perspectives and backgrounds. Decades earlier, as a child, she'd been forced from her home in Czechoslovakia twice, first by the Nazis, years later by the communists, and lived through the Blitz in London, hiding in shelters as bombs fell overhead. That was one of the reasons she empathized so deeply with the refugees she met as a diplomat, including those displaced from Kosovo, whom she visited in camps in Macedonia in 1999. In those girls and boys, she saw herself. It wasn't only experiences of hardship that shaped her, but also of hope. Secretary Albright fought for engaging women in all aspects of peace building and security decision-making, in part because she'd seen the difference it made when they were given a voice. Whether those women were peace negotiators or peacekeepers, humanitarian workers or human rights defenders, whether they worked in diplomacy or defense, the process and outcomes were better for their participation. She saw that in the generations of women that she mentored, several of whom are America's leading diplomats today, including Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman and the United States Ambassador to the United Nations, Linda Thomas Greenfield. And she saw it in the rising women leaders she made a point of encouraging around the world, including in Kosovo. When Secretary Albright spoke to Kosovo's parliament in 2005, she said the country's future would come down, in no small part, to the opportunities afforded to its women. And she asked, will they be given an equal chance to excel in the classroom, to succeed in the workplace, to pursue their dreams in whatever field of endeavor they might choose, to become business people or doctors, journalists or computer programmers, even future presidents and prime ministers of Kosovo. In the time since, Kosovo has elected 2 women presidents, 2 more than the United States, I might add. And I know that Secretary Albright would be encouraged looking out at all the women leaders in this audience, from the region and from around the world. So too, she'd be encouraged by the women leading the charge for equal rights and opportunities in places where they're most fiercely repressed, like the Iranian women who've come out into the streets to protest since the killing of Mahsa Amini, or the Damas de Blanco, the ladies in white, who continue to lead protests in Cuba, calling for the regime to respect human rights and meet people's basic needs. Women who stand up, knowing it could cost them their freedom, even their lives. I'm confident that, were she here, Secretary Albright would also remind us of how much work we still have to do. As this forum takes place, Europe is again racked by war. Like many of you, as I look out on President Putin's brutal war on Ukraine, on the millions displaced, most of them women and children, on the atrocities committed in places like Bucha and Irpin, it's impossible not to see the echoes of conflicts that racked this region over 2 decades ago. As we meet this challenge, I think often of what my predecessor would do. The wonderful part is that Secretary Albright left us with clear instructions. She was consistently reminding us of the importance of standing up to tyrants and bullies, and of preventing any country from using force to redraw the borders of another, and defending the principles of the UN Charter and international law. Here's what she said on her last visit to Pristina in 2019, and I quote, "The war in Kosovo was a confrontation between barbaric killing and necessary force, between vicious intolerance and respect for human rights, between tyranny and democracy. We prevailed because our alliance was unified and strong. Most important, we succeeded because our cause was right and because of the people of Kosovo." All of that is true today, and as long as we remember it and stick to it, I'm confident we'll prevail again.
Fjalë të fuqishme dhe njëkohësisht natyrisht edhe shumë prekse për legatën e madhe dhe të pazëvendësueshme të sekretares Albright nga pasardhësi i saj në këtë post, zoti Anthony Blinken, dhe Kosova natyrisht është pjesë e Evropës dhe të gjithë e dimë se është edhe e përbërë nga populli më pro-evropian në Evropë sigurisht. Kështu që një nderim të veçantë po ashtu për të forum e ka bërë edhe me një adresim presidentja Parlamentit Evropian, zonja Roberta Metsola, të cilin do ta ndjekim në vazhdim.
As Adriatic mentioned, we have another
Dear
special
President
video
Osmani,
from
dear
a woman.
Deputy
Okay,
Prime
we will
Minister Gervala
watch.
Schwarz.
As Adriatic mentioned, sorry about that. It's the first edition of the forum, so you have to take that into consideration. So we have another special message from a woman who has become severely stressed over the impact of war on women and children. She's also working to make sure humanitarian support arrives to those in need. Her message to women around the world is clear. We hear you, the world sees you, we are with you. This is the video message from Roberta Metsola, the President of the European Parliament.
Dear President Osmani, dear Deputy Prime Minister Gervala Schwarz, distinguished guests. When women, peace and security are being attacked at the heart of Europe, it is a matter of utmost urgency that we, leaders, experts and academics alike, should come together to discuss the challenges presently posed to the United Nations WPS agenda. President Osmani, Deputy Prime Minister, let me thank you and the Republic of Kosovo for organizing this important forum, allowing us to develop strategies to uphold sustainable peace. In the year 2000, when the UN Women, Peace and Security Agenda was established, we thought things could only get better, that women's rights would improve, that peace was a given. We have made progress, but the world is changing. Armed conflicts continue. Many regions of the world are insecure. Decades of achievements on gender equality have rolled back. With Russia's escalating attacks on Ukraine, democracy is at stake and women's rights are threatened too. Nothing can be taken for granted. From women in Rwanda, we learn lessons on how to overcome the horrors of genocide and to negotiate lasting peace and security. From women in Ukraine, we learn about courage and draw inspiration. The European Union has always been committed to helping women through the Women, Peace and Security agenda, working with the United Nations, with NATO and with the ASEAN Regional Forum to empower women and promote their pivotal role in brokering peace. We champion women for leadership positions, and to help shape decisions on gender-based violence and victim support, all EU projects related to the rule of law or peace involve 1/3 of women as a bare minimum. The European Parliament also stands by the UN Women, Peace and Security agenda. We have called for the inclusion of more women and the inclusion of a gender perspective in the foreign and security policies of all EU member states, while staff of EU diplomatic posts should follow mandatory training on gender equality. 4 months ago, on the International Day for the Elimination of Sexual Violence in Conflict, while I spoke at the 30th anniversary of the Foča atrocities, where rape was used as a weapon of war in Bosnia-Herzegovina, Russian armed forces were committing acts of sexual violence on Ukrainians. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, what have we learned from the Foča atrocities? There is no time for complacency regarding a serious threat to the advancement of women's rights, nor is there time for pessimism. Together, as leaders and outspoken defenders of the role of women in preventing conflict and in peace negotiations, we have lessons to share with one another and leverage in abundance to counter ills that we will not tolerate. I wish you insightful discussions. May your conversations in Pristina resonate a message across the world for the advancement of women's rights, peace and security.
Thank you, President Metsola, for this message. I'm sure we will send a strong message from Pristina during this weekend. And thank you, Adriatic, for helping me to open this forum. Please, everyone, give him a round of applause. He was great in teaching me Albanian and helping me with this opening part of the forum. Now, let's hear from our keynote speakers before we kick off our agenda and discussion panels. You have it there with you, so you can see we have very significant panels ahead. But first, my next speaker often called for justice for war victims, especially women who endured the war's torture during the war in Kosovo. Today, he continues to fight for equal representation for women during times of peace. Please welcome His Excellency, Mr. Albin Kurti, the Prime Minister of Kosovo.
Mirëmëngjes të gjithëve. Honorable Madam President of the Republic of Kosovo, Vjosa Osmani Sadriu, Honorable President of the Republic of Malta, George Vella, Honorable Vice President of the Republic of Palau, Udu Senbao Senior, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of European Affairs of the Government of Montenegro, Jovana Marovic, Honorable Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia, Artan Grubi, dear leaders, experts, academics, civil society representatives, dear members of Parliament and ministers of the Cabinet of Republic of Kosovo, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be among you today at the opening of Women, Peace and Security Forum. It is a pleasure to be together on this very important topic. Women, peace and security is not only a topic but also a mission. It is like an indivisible trinity. It has often seemed that the call for security is directed at men first. Every day it is seen more and more that this is not correct. Women answer both emergency calls and daily calls for peace and security as if it is their life's effort. because women are the most interested in peace and security policies, perhaps because they are also the most threatened by the absence of these two. Therefore, almost every woman becomes the guardian of this sought-after calmness. Security for women and men everywhere. Peace to all members of the society. Dear attendees, there has been no stage at which women have not been involved in calls and endeavors for freedom and peace. The engagement of the women and girls of Kosovo has also not been absent in state building, as it is not absent in the day-to-day functioning of our state. They have held weapons, bread, pencils, microphones, and megaphones in their hands with the only demand: peace, but peace for all. For themselves and for their children, for the nation and for the future. And many states defined by democratic values, such as our state, have similar histories. Ladies and gentlemen, as we watch the war in Ukraine unfold, we go back years in time to our own fight for freedom, women and men, girls and boys together. The participation of women and girls in law enforcement and security institutions transcends itself. It is also a road marker for every girl who follows this path in life with courage and determination. The number of women and girls currently serving in Kosovo Security Force and the Kosovo Police is substantial, but it must be increased further. There is no greater guarantee for peace and security except for it to be realized by women and men together. But there is also no other alternative. It is the fairest, safest, and most effective guarantee possible. More women in the armed forces and law enforcement also means better promotion and realization of human rights and minority rights. The growing interest and number of women and girls in the area of security is a good indicator of the direction and future of our country. The women and girls of Kosovo have sacrificed much. They have been both victims and fighters. They have contributed across many different categories, and they've contributed ever more to the democratization of the Republic's institutions. Therefore, it is my duty to support and encourage them. Current and historical examples are numerous. Women have not only aided security policies, but have also led them. Therefore, our people trust women just as much as men when it comes to security issues. As citizens and as institutions, we have designated as Supreme Commander, as President of the Republic, Madam Vjosa Osmani Sadriu. Dear participants of the Women, Peace and Security Forum, despite the progress and positive changes we have made as societies and as states, the challenges are also great. We notice everywhere, in every institution, including security institutions, the knowledge, contribution, experience, and presence of women. But our aim is much greater than that: equal participation everywhere. Therefore, as Prime Minister of the Republic of Kosovo, I express my readiness and willingness and my full and unsparing support in strengthening the role of women and increasing their participation, advancing the realization of rights in decision-making, peace, security, and justice, guaranteeing the achievement of gender equality. This is the third strategic objective of Kosovo's program for gender equality 2020-2024, towards the attainment of which we are engaged together in Kosovo. Women's participation in decision-making, institutions, and security forces is a must. Formal involvement alone is not sufficient. Active participation is also necessary. Inclusion means that women contribute, but participation means they also benefit. Women contribute, so they should also benefit. Gender equality means liberation, not just integration. It means participation, not just inclusion. If women have no voice in the institutional response to all threats to to human security, the response will also be half-hearted and unbalanced. We would then lack the necessary nuances for an effective response to save lives, dignity, and civic values. Women must be recognized for their contribution because that recognition has been denied to them for far too long. And they must participate because they should have the right and they deserve to do so. Dear friends, when we discuss about peace, we end up talking about justice and security. When we discuss about security, we end up talking about economy and democracy. When we discuss about democracy, we end up talking about women and youth. Therefore, let's start with women, continue with youth, and surely achieve peace and security. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister Kurti. People in Kosovo trust women when it comes to security issues almost the same as they trust men. That's what I picked up there, and it's quite significant and interesting. And we can see that when we see so many of women in position and in office here in Kosovo. Now I want to invite Her Excellency Jovana Marovic. She is the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of European Affairs of Montenegro, to join us here on stage.
Good morning, dear President Osmani, dear Prime Minister Kurti, ladies and gentlemen, dear women all around the world. It's my great pleasure to be here today and to greet you all on behalf of government of Montenegro. I'm really honored to be one of the speakers and panelists during these 2 days and to discuss this really important topic right here in Pristina, right here in the Republic of Kosovo. When the United Nations organized the first World Conference on the Status of Women in Mexico City in 1975 to remind the international community that women throughout the world are suffering from manifold discrimination, the goals for advancement of women were set high. The first one, to achieve gender equality and eliminate gender discrimination. The second one, to fully integrate women in decision-making process and in development processes in general. The third one, to allow women contribution in the world peace. In 2000, the United Security Council adopted this resolution 1325 on women, peace and security, in line with which this conference and this forum is held. This convention addressed for the first time the impact of armed conflicts on women and was aimed at increasing women's participation at all levels in making decisions and war prevention, peace building and peacekeeping, as well as providing protection on women and girls in conflicts. Unfortunately, until today, these goals are not met and we are still working on it. Although gender equality is a basic human right, inequalities in that sphere are still deep-rooted in almost every society. In some parts of the world, girls and women are still denied access to even basic education and health care. Women are often faced with discrimination during employment, and if they succeed in getting the decent work, they face with unequal rights and also at work with underpaid work. They're also underrepresented in the political life and economic decision-making. We are all witnessing that there are many women at important positions, but in the Western Balkans, we are still struggling to have more women in important positions. Therefore, let us all do our best to use this forum to draw attention to the importance of achieving peace, with particular emphasis on the women and their position and role in these turbulent times, because I'm convinced that female participation and solutions can make the world a much better and safer place to live. And just to briefly reflect on the question from the very beginning during the video, can we be the change? Yes, we are the change. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Jovana Marovic. I hope we will see more women in Montenegrin Parliament in the future and soon. Your numbers are not great at the moment, but soon. Let's this be a first step towards that. Thank you. Join me now in welcoming His Excellency Artan Grubi, the Deputy Prime Minister of the Republic of North Macedonia.
Mirdita Gjithve, Honorable President of the Republic of Kosovo, Madam Vjosa Osmani, and host of this conference, dear Prime Minister of the Republic of Kosovo, Mr. Albin Kurti, dear honorable guests, ambassadors, ministers, members of parliament, dear attendees, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to start by thanking President Osman for the kind invitation to attend the very first edition of WPS, as well as to congratulate her and the team for organizing such a great conference. In turbulent times like the one we are going through, not yet sufficiently recovered from the consequences of the pandemic, our attention and concern is already focused on the open war front in Ukraine, where the foundations of continental peace and security are attacked, or rather, the world order is under threat. When such horrible events reoccur, regardless if they are near or far from us, we, who have unfortunately gone through similar experiences, cannot cold-bloodedly watch as spectators. It is not just the noise of planes, tanks, or artillery that comes to us through media news, but a powerful cry demanding justice, peace, freedom, and an end to the destruction. The destruction and victims in Ukraine remind us of the destructions and victims in the bloody wars that took place in the 90s in our countries. Unfortunately, we must state that there are still people who have not learned the sad lessons from the disasters of past wars, from the terrible deeds of evil ideologies and destructive regimes that left many ruins, both in the literal sense as well as in the metaphorical one. Our continent's history, unfortunately, marks 2/3 of periods of wars and only 1/3 of peace period. Therefore, all of us should strive for a dignified and threat-free life, where our attention would be focused on the quality of life. Pristina and all of Kosovo have also undergone such terrible atrocities. Victims of the war and the missing persons, unfortunately, do not end only at the tombstones of the martyrs, but also at the echoes of pain for the most loved ones that does not stop even with the passing of the years. The echoes of the wounds of thousands of girls and women who became victims of violence against them are so loud. Healing their wounds is an important social mission, not just an individual one. I know that this is a painful topic, and we must bow to the courage of those women who, speaking openly about what they experience, have contributed a little to raise awareness amongst our societies to throw away all the prejudice over the victims of violence against women in wars. Another devastating prejudice, I must say, is the infamous report of the former Swiss Senator Dick Marty that gave such an unbelievable dimension and put a stain on the just, liberating war of the Kosovo people. An invention that matches Putin's propaganda on Ukraine, based on lies, turned them into unverified facts, despite the fact that the United Nations International Criminal Tribunal for former Yugoslavia concluded opposite to the fake report and closed the investigation as ungrounded. Ladies and gentlemen, in our imperfect societies and in unfinished reform processes, but also due to accompanying anomalies of these processes, we can still encounter phenomena that worry us. Therefore, we are here and responsible to deal with whether we have carried residues of ideologies and other evil phenomena even today, when women and vulnerable groups are once again placed under the target of violence, torture, and inhumane treatment for different motives, and causes. Today we are here to give our message that these phenomena are alien, strange to us, to our societies, that forms of violence and subjugation are unacceptable, because we dare not take steps behind, especially when we are correcting ideological injustice and leaving behind the discriminatory mentality, particularly towards the position of women, advancing every day more and more her position in the decision-making process and the factoring of her voice. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, as a grandchild to a grandmother, as a son to a mother, as a husband to a wife, as a father to 2 daughters, I say that feminine sensitivity crosses the doorstep of the home. It is universal. And let the modified words of our dear friend, the first female Secretary of State in America, Madam Madeleine Albright, in whose honor we have gathered today, be an inspiration for us men, when she said, modified words again, I must emphasize, that there is a very special place in hell for every man who does not help women. So, in conclusion, dear ladies and gentlemen, women do really rule. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Gruby, Your Excellency, for this speech. Okay, let's move away a little bit from the Western Balkans. Our next speaker introduced a bill mandating maternity leave and banning discrimination against pregnant women. She advocated for gender equality in public office. She's hoping that more women will enter politics in the future, and she often says the finance and the reason that they don't have enough money is why they don't run for the office. Join me in welcoming Her Excellency Uduh Sengebau Sr., Vice President of the Republic of Palau.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Ali from Palau and Mira Mezjes, and good morning. It is my honor and pleasure that I join our delegation from the Republic of Palau in extending our warm island greetings to Her Excellency Vjosa Osmani Sadriou, and Mr. Prime Minister and members of the Cabinet of the Republic of Kosovo, and to all distinguished guests in this occasion of the Women, Peace and Security Forum. As global citizens, partners, and friends, we need events like this, events where we gather in all our different capacities to discuss measures, to finding solutions to addressing issues such as hatred of mother and education, women's rights, and rights of ethnic minorities, all of which stand against the very principles we work towards in promoting peaceful, just, and inclusive societies. The Women, Peace, and Security agenda is an essential tool in ensuring the rights and protection of women and girls, ensuring that they are observed and upheld at all times, and confirms that a meaningful and equitable role in decision-making is secured for women of all ages during all stages of conflict prevention, peacemaking, and peace building and post-conflict rehabilitation. I commend the efforts of the Republic of Kosovo on the implementation of the agenda, especially with the progress in their legislation and policies and strategies, the Constitution, the law against discrimination, the law on gender equality, the law on protection from domestic violence, the anti-trafficking national working program, the working plan of the economic empowerment of women, and the policy on human rights and gender equality by the Ministry of Kosovo's Security Force. We recognize that even in front of laws and policies, that there may not be immediate answers and solutions. Things take time, but we begin somewhere and work from there. Kosovo's consistent efforts in promoting gender equality, protecting human rights, and empowering women highlight not only their ambition for a peaceful Kosovo for their people, but an overall contribution to establishing a peaceful world where the global community is concerned. The current challenges that Kosovo is facing are no different than challenges faced by many societies around the world. These shared challenges we face may always be daunting and cannot be resolved overnight. But I believe that just as our forebears had the courage to confront the issues of their day, so we too can confront the great moral issues of our time. In doing so, we need to be consistent and persistent with opportunities like this, coming together to combine our efforts and visions for a peaceful world, a common goal we all mutually share. The Women, Peace, and Security Agenda projects the power and strength of women and how we can work together to effect change. As global women and as respective women of our individual cultures, we are important. The roles and positions we hold are important. It is us, the women, who every single day play the role of protecting, promoting, and supporting the rights and needs of women, children, and the elderly, the most vulnerable members of our societies. I have met survivors in my work, and some are women and girls who have endured some of the worst in this world. However, I have seen a quality in them, a quality that they all share, and that is the ability to believe in the rise of a new day, even in the darkest dawn. For those of us who have seen or who know survivors who have seen many bleak new dawns, let us all of us here, all of us who have had the opportunities to get educated and hold various positions, including our position now, dedicate our efforts toward giving the younger generation and future generations of women and girls the same opportunities that we have had. Let us build new networks and partnerships, strengthening existing ones, and express our solidarity in uniting our efforts to secure peace and security for our respective people and the world, especially women and girls. Let our efforts only combine with the hard work of those women in the past as we further strive to ensure a peaceful, just, and inclusive world. Let all the steps we take be aimed at giving every woman and girl a way forward. Let us be the hope, for hope is the faith holding out its hand in the dark. Let us be the hope for the continued progress of the Women, Peace, and Security Agenda. Thank you very much. Komral Misulang and Falaminderit Shume.
Thank you, Your Excellency Uduk Sengebao Sr. That was a very powerful speech. Now, a person who will close this opening ceremony, His Excellency George Vela, President of Malta. Please join us here on stage.
Your Excellency, Dr. Vyosa Osmani, President of the Republic of Kosovo, Prime Minister Kurti, Excellencies, too many to mention individually, distinguished guests, friends, I want to start off by expressing my gratitude to Her Excellency Vjosa Osmani, President of the Republic of Kosovo, for bringing us all here today to discuss a very topical subject, the role of women in fostering peace and security around the world. Last March, I had the honor to host President Osmani in Malta for a very similar event where we spoke about just peace. During our deliveries, we both acknowledged the role of women in achieving a peaceful, just world. I recall that on that day, President Osmani stated that long-term peace is always possible when women are also included at the table of peace and dialogue. I cannot agree more with that statement and want to add that prior to delving into the merits of international law, of rights and of freedoms, we need to acknowledge that reinforcing the role of women in all aspects of life is in itself a direct contribution to a more democratic, just, and equitable world. We all know, however, that the situation on the ground is unfortunately very different. Women are still very much underrepresented at decision-making levels. They are exposed to violence, and in many circumstances deprived of formal education and put in the most vulnerable of situations. According to the United Nations publication Progress on the Sustainable Development Goals, the Gender Snapshot 2022, if one considers the current progress on SDG 5 related to gender equality, it may take up to 286 years to remove discriminatory laws and close prevailing gaps in legal protections for women and girls. With regard to the other SDGs, the situation, unfortunately, is also very bleak. Figures and statistics are shocking. The reality they represent on the ground is even more so. I will only refer to SDG 1 regarding poverty. This year's report clearly states that 380 million women and girls live in extreme poverty, and the prospects are that the figure will continue to grow definitely until the year 2030. With this in mind, we understand why there is an urgent need for women-specific actions at international level that target these scenarios. From the Beijing Action to the Convention on the Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, referred to as CEDAW, to the United Nations Resolution 1325 on Women, Peace and Security, which goes back now more than 20 years, all these legal instruments provide tools for raising women's conditions and access to equal possibilities at par with their male counterparts. It is encouraging to note that there is a concerted effort amongst regional and international organizations and institutions, such as the European Union, the OSCE, the Council of Europe, and NATO itself, to adhere as much as possible to the Women in Peace and Security agenda and shape policies within the indicated parameters. Distinguished guests, dear friends, I applaud and thank Kosovo for taking the initiative to organize this important forum and bringing together such a large number of different stakeholders. Sadly, Kosovo knows too well the devastating consequences brought about by conflict, which disproportionately affect women and girls. I am sure that all of us present here look forward to learn more about your experiences, your said experiences in this regard. Malta firmly believes that a whole-of-society approach is needed in order to implement the Women, Peace and Security agenda. While my country, Malta itself, is not exposed to armed conflict, in the past 10 to 20 years it has become an increasingly multicultural country in which a growing number of women coming from conflict and conflict-affected areas reside. To this effect, on the domestic level, Malta adopted a national action plan for the implementation of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325. This action plan, intended to cover the period 2020 to 2024, is based on 4 pillars: promotion, prevention, participation, and partnerships. The plan seeks to ensure that the particular needs of women who have experienced conflict are taken into account in the services provided in order to support the recovery from trauma, physical trauma and psychological trauma. As a state, we believe in consistently promoting gender equality and women's empowerment, as they are at the core of our European values. In addition, gender mainstreaming is intrinsic to government policy. The success of gender mainstreaming is only possible through strong political commitment, adequate institutional structures and procedures, as well as a reinforced implementation across all policy areas. We also believe that investing in the economic and political empowerment of women does yield substantial results. Distinguished guests, over the past years, the world has been plagued by manifold challenges to our security, ranging from security of our borders to human security. Our efforts and livelihoods have been threatened by the COVID-19 pandemic. We have been directly and indirectly affected by conflicts in the region and beyond, while climate change and natural disasters continue to play havoc and cause concern. The key role of women can play in contributing to addressing these challenges is more important than ever. Represented here today, as has already been said, are women from Ukraine. They have been facing Russian aggression and violence for months. To them I say, your fortitude, your courage are admirable. And we, the international community, are duty-bound to continue assisting you in your fight in assuring your welfare and that of your families. In this context, we also cannot fail to mention the resilience of women in Iran, who rose against authoritarianism with one voice in the face of brutal violence and repression. Their collective action in the light of the different scenarios they are living in is nothing but inspiring. It is the women in these countries that are demanding the change. We owe it to them. A change that grants them respect and safety and authority to develop their potential. A change that ultimately enhances the social, political, and economic wealth in their countries. Their strength and determination encourage us to be bold and support such initiatives in our own countries where they are still lacking. During the last years, we have seen countless examples of women taking leading roles in our society. We saw it in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, women being leaders, policing, working as health workers, and as teachers who provided children with some semblance of normality during those times. Similarly, women need to be directly involved in addressing the multiple and intersecting security threats that we are currently facing, including in situations of conflict. The Women, Peace and Security Agenda is one of the priorities for Malta's 2-year term in the United Nations Security Council starting from January next year. Malta aims to continue calling for work to advance this agenda to ensure the full, equal and meaningful participation of women in peace processes by bringing down social, cultural and political barriers and prejudices. Their equal participation in decision-making processes is also a fundamental matter of rights apart from being in the best interests of society at large. We will continue emphasizing the need to prevent acts of violence, including gender-based, domestic and sexual violence against women and girls, both in situations of armed conflict and in places where peace still prevails. We firmly believe that the women, peace and security agenda should be mainstreamed across the board to see that change trickles down to the grassroots. We need to ensure that we walk the talk. We must also see that progress does not remain a matter that is only discussed in fora like this one. Tangible change must be seen on the ground. This is why opportunities to meet with different stakeholders, as we are doing today, are very useful. We have to work together to find solutions for the benefits of countless women and girls around the world. Finally, I would like you all to keep in mind that this is not only an agenda that women and girls benefit from or should be interested in. It is far more than that. It is the way forward. Women, men, boys and girls, in all their diversity, have all to gain from the increased participation of women at all decision-making levels. Increased inclusivity increases activism and leads to more creative as well as sustainable solutions. We need to overcome the global challenges we are facing today, this one in particular. It is up to us, all the stakeholders in this room and beyond, to make it happen. Thank you for listening.
Excellency George Vella, the President of Malta, thank you so much for your remarks. I'd like to introduce now the Presidential Medal Awarding Ceremony. This year, we will be awarding the Presidential Medal of Merit to the women of Ukraine for the incredible bravery, immense sacrifice, and their outstanding contribution in defense of the values of freedom and democracy. Madam President, please join me here on stage one more time to award this medal and to give us more about the significance of this award.
Thank you. I believe that you all join me in expressing our deep gratitude to all the people of Ukraine, but in particular to the women of Ukraine for their immense sacrifice, but most importantly, their immense bravery, for what they are doing, not just for their nation and for their country, but for all of us. Dear Member of Parliament Kravchuk, dear esteemed journalists from Ukraine, February 24, 2022 is a day our generation will never forget. The images coming from Ukraine and what we're witnessing every single day should be a reminder to us all that this is not just a war in Ukraine. It is Ukraine standing up for Europe. It is Ukraine standing up for the world to protect freedom, democracy, and human rights. So today, we all express our gratitude and appreciation to the people of Ukraine, and in particular, we express solidarity with the women of Ukraine who are not only fighting for their country, but at the same time are being a target of cruel torture and inhumane treatment, including rape. Therefore, on behalf of the people of the Republic of Kosovo, and in particular, on behalf of the women of Kosovo, thousands of which have been themselves survivors of wartime sexual violence, I want to extend the Presidential Medal of Merit for the incredible bravery, immense sacrifice, and outstanding contribution of the women of Ukraine in defense of values of freedom and democracy. This medal goes to the women of Ukraine, to the mothers, the daughters, the wives, the sisters, the friends, the soldiers, the security officers, the medics, the journalists, the activists, to everyone, to every single woman and girl standing on the front or supporting from anywhere from abroad, and especially to the little girls of Ukraine. It is a message of encouragement, support, and empathy, but most importantly, a recognition of the demonstrated bravery and resilience in the face of unprovoked and illegal Russian brutal aggression and war. From the people of the Republic of Kosovo, and particularly the girls and women of Kosovo, who themselves endured enormous sacrifices, pain, and tremendous loss, from the women who fought for Kosovo's liberation. This medal is a symbol of our support and a message of standing in unity in times of hardship so that we can soon together enjoy a refreshing sigh of freedom and peace. Freedom and peace will be possible when Ukraine wins. We will be with you until Ukraine wins. To accept this medal, I'd like to invite to stage Ms. Yevhenia Kravchuk, Member of Parliament from Ukraine, and the beloved journalists from Ukraine who are now living and working in Kosovo.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to all the Ukrainian journalists and an MP. Kravchuk, I'm really glad that I see you all here. Let's hear first from the Deputy Foreign Minister of Ukraine, Emine Jaghparova.
Whose lives were dramatically changed 8 months ago. Every day, we wake up from air raid siren and explosions. The morning of October 17th became the last one for Victoria Zamchenko, a young sommelier from Kiev. She was 6 months pregnant. Young woman, her husband, and their unborn child were killed by Russians' drone attack in their house in the very heart of Kiev city. This is the reality Russia imposes on Ukrainian women. Contrary to Russia, Ukraine remains committed to the principles of international law and the UN Charter, including the UN Security Council Resolution on Women, Peace and Security. Since 2000, we have made a significant advance in promoting gender equality and empowerment of women. Today, Ukrainian women show a new gold standard of courage, dignity and determination. From the very first day of Russia's invasion, 30,000 female soldiers have been fighting shoulder to shoulder with men. They show no signs of exhaustion. They are not tired of wearing body armor. They dig trenches. They sacrifice their lives for free, independent and European Ukraine. At the same time, Russia holds hundreds of Ukrainian women captive, including female defenders. Even those who are pregnant. In September, we managed to liberate Mariana Mamonova, the military medic and Azovstal defender. She gave birth to a baby girl just a few days after her release. And this simple example shows the very character of Ukrainian women, brave and unbroken. Our women also play a significant role in diplomacy and fight for our national interest worldwide. Let me give you just one example. In 2008, when I joined the Foreign Ministry as a junior diplomat, it was men who determined Ukraine's foreign policy, and the situation is very different today. Over the past 5 years, we have increased the number of female ambassadors twofold. There is a new generation of young female diplomats, and they are very passionate about their work and show excellency in performing their duties, and I'm very proud of them. Today I'm also addressing you as a Muslim, a representative of Crimean Tatar people, and a mother. A threat that my people are facing nowadays in occupied Crimea are nothing less than a cynical repetition of what the history well knows as a genocide perpetrated by the Soviets. In 1944, as the result of deportation of Crimean Tatars, every second representative of this ethnicity died in exile. Crimean Tatar women live under unprecedented burden today in occupied Crimea. Russia kidnaps their husbands, tortures them, puts them in prison, imposes draconian penalties, and illegally drafts them into the invading army. And this is a revenge for pro-Ukrainian stand that the overall majority of Crimean Tatars have demonstrated in 2014. They are detained for nothing. Their children are left without fathers. So-called women's street have been spread all around occupied Crimea. I would like to commend the bravery and resolution of Crimean Tatar women not to give up against Russian repressions. Dear colleagues, lives of Ukrainian women and girls are at stake, especially those who were trapped in the occupation. Russian invaders torture, rape, and humiliate them. I was deeply shocked by the audio interception of the intelligence service of Ukraine, in which the wife of a Russian soldier encouraged him to rape Ukrainian women. I have no doubts that sexual assaults are part of Russia's military strategy to actually break the resistance and sow disbelief and to crack the spirit of Ukrainian people. And our duty is to protect Ukrainian women and bring Russia's criminal to justice and accountability. Earlier this year, the government of my country and the United Nations signed a framework of cooperation on the prevention and response to conflict-related sexual violence. This document and its implementation plan will facilitate investigation of war crimes against Ukrainians, especially women and girls. It will also help accumulate more resources for their recovery. This includes treatment, psychological support, and building shelters for women who fled the occupation. And in this regard, I recall my fruitful meetings in New York and Kiev with UN Special Representative on Sexual Violence and Conflict, Madam Pramila Patten. And I would like to thank her for her personal involvement and keeping this issue high on the agenda. To conclude, let me quote Madeleine Albright, who once said, "The reason I made women's issues central to American foreign policy was not because I was a feminist, but because we know that societies are more stable if women are politically and economically empowered. This is what we are doing today in Ukraine. Empower Ukrainian women in all spheres of social life. And we are grateful to all partners for their support. We know exactly what challenges and horrors Balkan women came through. Today, Putin is a new Milosevic. They both got their hands all covered in blood. On behalf of all Ukrainian women, let me thank you for your acknowledgement of bravery, resilience, and heroism of Ukrainian women. I'm sure that the Presidential Medal dedicated to all women of Ukraine that you present today will encourage Ukrainian mothers, wives, soldiers, medics, journalists, and others for further achievements. I thank you.
Thank you to the Deputy Foreign Minister of Ukraine, Emine Jahparova, and thank you to Madam President once again for awarding this significant medal. There is one person here who just a couple of minutes ago said, I want to speak. She wants to speak on behalf of all Ukrainian women. Ladies and gentlemen, member of Ukrainian Parliament, Yevhenia Kravchuk, please join me on stage.
Thank you for this opportunity, Your Excellency, all of the people present here. I've had a lot of speeches, especially after 24th of February, as a part of, we call it Women Diplomatic Battalion, because we went out to different countries and delivered truth about the war of aggression that Russia started over our country. It started in 2014, of course, but now it's the full aggression, a truly conventional war. But I've never had a speech in a country and in a hall, in an audience, with so many people understanding what it means to see the tank on your street. And it's not a parade, it's a tank that came to kill you. That hear the jet and think that we need to hide, not to go to the airport and catch your flight. That's what's happening in Ukraine right now. And in this very moment, the whole Ukraine is on the next air raid siren, completely red, with missiles going to our peaceful cities. Both of my grandmothers survived Second World War. My 8-year-old daughter right now is in the bomb shelter in Western Ukraine together with my mom. My daughter, and by the way, her name is Victoria, so we believe in victory at the end. She was born in 2014, when the annexation of Crimea and war in Donbass started. And right now her whole life is during the time of the war. But I address you also, our partners in different countries. We cannot leave this war to our children. We have to win, we have to end. And Ukrainian women are not weak. Of course, a lot of them became victims of this war. But they are fighters, they are paramedics, they are journalists that write about war crimes. They cure in bomb shelters, they teach in bomb shelters. And we will be victorious. Slava Ukraini!
Yevhenia Kravchuk, ladies and gentlemen, Member of Parliament of Ukraine. And at the end, one Ukrainian journalist, Lyudmila Mek, says she would like to say a couple of words of gratitude because of the medal. Let's listen in.
Шановна пані президент, шановні учасники форуму, для мене велика честь бути учасницею форуму і щаслива бути особисто причетною до вручення в Косові історичної відзнаки українським жінкам. Ця нагорода українкам – визнання важливої ролі жінок у суспільстві. Це також визнання їхнього вагомого внеску у справи миру і безпеки в Європі і в світі, де нині, на жаль, триває війна. Цю війну розпалив російський терористичний режим. Він прагне знищити нашу націю і вчиняє геноцид. Під ударами ракет гине мирне населення, гинуть діти. Під обстрілами міста Харків, Запоріжжя, Дніпро, Миколаїв, наша столиця Київ. Ми, 11 українських журналістів, вдячні уряду Косова, Асамблеї Косова і вам, пані президент, за підтримку програми, яку ініціювали міжнародні журналістські організації. У Приштині ми залишаємось у нашій професії. І ми активно працюємо. Тут ми частина великої спільноти українських журналістів. Нагадаємо, вони лауреати найпрестижнішої Путлерівської премії цього року. Нас називають солдатами правди. Ми розповідаємо про нашу підтримку України. Про це була також моя стаття в парламентській газеті «Голос України» 6 червня. Це стаття про волонтерський рух у Косові, про народну дипломатію. Друзі пізнаються в біді. Ми віримо, що наш парламент підтримає проект постанови про визнання незалежності Косова. Упевнена, що цивілізований світ спільними зусиллями переможе агресора. Дякую вам і всім жінкам, які захищають майбутнє своєю активною громадянською позицією і щоденною працею. Дякую всім справжнім героїням. І слава Україні!
Let's give one more applause for all the Ukrainian women here in this room tonight. That's it from me, from this official opening ceremony. We will take a short break, 3 minutes, but please do not leave the room. We will start with our first panel in a couple of minutes. We just need a couple of minutes to prepare the stage. Thank you all for being with me this morning, and I'll see you again tomorrow morning, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you. I think there is
please take your seats.
Thank you very much, and thank you so much, President Osmani, for hosting this incredible summit, to the representatives of other countries who are here, women of Ukraine. Congratulations on winning the well-deserved prize. We all stand with the people of Ukraine, and particularly the women of Ukraine, so thank you for that. I'd ask all of you to take your seats. We're going to start this panel with an introductory, very powerful video, so I would encourage all of you in the back to take your seats, and we will start the video shortly.
From her childhood fleeing Nazis to in the 90s becoming the highest ranking woman in U.S. history, Madeleine Albright was guided by one principle.
I so believe that we are all the same and we want to be able to make decisions about our own lives, and the only way to do that is through democracy. But the turning point did come.
Congratulations, Madam Secretary. Madeleine Albright has the strength and wisdom to help ensure that America remains the indispensable nation.
For her name is still synonymous with America as a force for good in the world.
I have often been the only woman in the room.
How significant is it that a woman is now Secretary of State for the United States of America?
Well, I think it's very important that that glass ceiling has been smashed. A lot of the issues that people don't think are usually foreign policy issues, I'm going to make sure that people understand that they are.
An experience that informed her work ending genocide in Kosovo.
Now it's an independent country, and there's a whole generation of little girls whose first name is Madeleine.
The entire world is a better, a safer, and a more peaceful place because of people like Secretary Albright. The people of Kosovo have had the opportunity to witness firsthand the transformative power of her leadership. She was a person that always stood on the right side of history, but in our particular case, she became our voice. She became the voice of the voiceless. She became the power of the powerless. She made sure that our very basic rights were protected when so many around the world didn't even know that we existed.
2 years ago in Kosovo, 20 years after the conflict there, freed them of a genuine threat of genocide. We walked hand in hand through Pristina on a sunny, sunny June day. Down the street, there were about 250,000 people there. It's a lot of people in a small country like that. And we came to the subject of our stroll, which was a beautiful bust of Madeline in a shrub-surrounded tall stand that was their tribute to her for being there for them. We see that legacy honored. All the things she did with Kosovo, with Bosnia, we see it in so many ways. Today, we have the President, the Prime Minister, and the former President of Kosovo here.
She also understood our people's pain best because she had to go through similar circumstances. She turned her personal suffering into a motivation and a determination to help others, to protect others' rights. And in that same way, her legacy has taught us, the people of Kosovo, that we need to turn our suffering and our pain and our experiences into resilience and strength to help others.
Why did you feel so passionately about Kosovo?
Because it isn't just Kosovo, Jim, it is what was going on in the region. When we were fighting Hitler, it wasn't just Hitler, it was fighting against fascism. When we were fighting against Stalin, it wasn't just the cruelty of a totalitarian dictator like Stalin, it was against communism that extinguished people's ability to be free. And when we're dealing with a now indicted war criminal such as Milosevic, it isn't just him. It is struggling against a concept which is that it is not appropriate, possible, or permissible for one man to uncork ethnic nationalism as a weapon.
Now the war over Kosovo and the dramatic development that was formally announced today. Slobodan Milosevic has been indicted as a war criminal by the International Tribunal in The Hague.
The very first thing that she taught us is that you always have to stand up for what is right. And I know that many people believe that when you're in politics, it's not that easy to do it. I think it is. I think it is. If you're very strong in your convictions, if your determination is to always be there for what is right for the people that you represent, but when you have a strong voice and the power that Madeleine Albright had, even beyond your borders, you always need to make sure that you don't miss a chance to take a hard line against dictators, against tyrants. She showed that in the Balkans. She showed that in other parts of the world, and she always spoke up, never compromising the values that made her who she was. Secondly, she taught us that no matter what our jobs, we should always remain true activists at heart. She obviously means so much to every single person in Kosovo, but I would say so much more than just Kosovo. The legacy that she has left behind for the entire world is one that it teaches us today, and not just those of us that had the luck to know her, to be mentored by her, but everyone, even future generations, how important it is to stand on the right side of history, and not just important for today, for our today, but it's as important for our tomorrow, for the future generations, so that we defend at any price the very values that stand at the foundations of our countries, which she helped build.
In the 90s, I can attest that Madeleine, with the significant help of the President of the United States, kept the committee really busy. And our work to halt genocide in the Balkans, support new democracies in Eastern and Central Europe, to develop Plan Colombia, and all those undertakings, Madeleine was an incomparable ally and advisor beyond the President to me and to others in the committee. She always had a knack for explaining to the American people why it mattered to them that people everywhere in the world were struggling to breathe free.
are you most proud of what you have achieved when you were Secretary of State?
When people ask me what I'm proudest of, it's Kosovo. There is a whole generation of little girls whose first name is Madeline, and they all are so grateful for what the United States did. So that's what I'm proudest of.
Let's all rise in tribute to Madeline. Oof, that's emotional. Thank you for that kind tribute to our Secretary of State and the National Democratic Institutes. I'm Nancy Soderberg, the chair of the National Democratic Institute here in Kosovo, and we're honored to have this panel honoring and paying tribute to Madeline and her lasting legacy on women, peace, and security. She was actually my mentor in grad school and launched me on my campaign in politics and public policy. And so I know personally the impact of her mantra that women have to help other women. She not only talked about it, she lived it. She was a trailblazer for women across the world for justice and human rights, and she knew right from wrong. As she rose through the ranks of power in the US government, she acquired a voice for those who were voiceless. And she knew a thing or two about using American might for good, nowhere more than here in Kosovo. As Secretary Blinken noted in his remarks, she believed strongly in Kosovo and fought for it. She was dear to our heart at NDI as our chair for the last 2 decades. And this is a fitting tribute to her legacy for this panel, so I thank President Osmani for giving us the space to honor her. We're going to start with 2 short videos, one from Amanda Sloat, the President Biden's Special Assistant and Senior Director for Europe at the National Security Council in Washington, D.C. at the White House. She is President Biden's point person at the White House for Kosovo and the region, bringing to this position vast experience throughout several administrations. Let me invite Amanda to join us.
It's an honor to speak to you today at the inaugural Women, Peace, and Security Forum. Congratulations and a special thanks to President Osmani for organizing this summit. Your efforts reflect and advance Kosovo's strong commitment to democracy at a time when democratic norms are under threat in Europe and around the world. I can't think of a better woman and leader to honor at this summit than former U.S. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, a trailblazing champion of women, peace, and security. As the first woman to be Secretary of State, Secretary Albright left an indelible mark on the United States, the world, but especially on the Western Balkans. Through her tenure as U.S. Ambassador, something that needed fixing or someone who needed helping. She just got to work. And he added, she made sure that young women knew they belonged at every single table having to do with national security without exception. Thanks to Secretary Albright, today so many more women's voices are heard, and those voices contribute invaluably to peace and security throughout the world. The United States is proud to continue Secretary Albright's legacy with our partners around the world. The advancement of gender equity and equality is a long-standing cornerstone of U.S. foreign policy and national security. We look to address gender inequalities at home and around the world because we believe it is both a moral and a strategic imperative. As Russia continues to wage its unprovoked and senseless war on Ukraine, we all have had ample reason to miss Secretary Albright's diplomatic mind, her insights into authoritarianism, and her profound commitment to democracy and freedom. In addition, the United States continues our strong U.S. engagement with Kosovo. We welcome Kosovo's participation in the Summit for Democracy and your commitments to strengthen the rule of law, fortify democratic institutions, and improve governance. The United States remains committed to a stable, prosperous, and fully democratic Kosovo. We are also supportive of Kosovo's efforts to reach a comprehensive normalization agreement with Serbia that would advance Kosovo's path to Euro-Atlantic integration and ensure its membership in international organizations. I would also like to convey our deep gratitude to Kosovo for opening your doors to shelter Ukrainian refugees, as well as hundreds of at-risk Afghans fleeing the Taliban in the course of the last year. Thanks to President Osmani and all of you for the opportunity to address this forum, to reflect briefly on our shared values, and especially to commemorate the remarkable legacy of Secretary Madeleine Albright. Thank you very much, and best wishes with the rest of your event.
Thank you, Amanda. Now let me turn to a close friend of Madeleine's and also someone very well known to Kosovo, General Wesley Clark, the former Supreme Allied Commander of Europe in NATO, and as the audience well knows, led the combined forces to victory in protecting Kosovo Albanians from ethnic cleansing. He also participated with Richard Holbrooke in the Dayton peace process, which ended the Bosnian War in the former Yugoslavia. Let me invite General Wesley Clark to now address the forum.
Good morning. Well, I'm delighted to join you at this very important summit, Women, Peace, and Security. And I want to commend President Osmani for her leadership in organizing this forum. Kosovo is well on its way to fulfilling its impressive commitments made at President Biden's Democracy Summit last year. And this weekend's forum is an integral part of that success. Congratulations. Kosovo is at the forefront of the struggle in the region and beyond to achieve full gender equality and understands all too well that women suffer the most during conflict. You've lived it here. And we see it today in the tragic crisis in Ukraine, and we all stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. This summit under the leadership of President Osmani stands as an important testament to Kosovo's determination to advance the Women in Peace and Security agenda. We know that women pay the highest personal prices in times of crises. They're ideally positioned to be the pillars of conceptualizing and implementing solutions. And this means they must be at the table when policies and decisions are made. It's the only way to foster strong and resilient democracies. I've seen it firsthand. When women participate in peace-building processes, peace is more equitable, it's more durable. And what better theme for this conference than building alliances for sustainable peace? To underscore that only together we can address these incredible, difficult challenges today. I know in the Balkans, you all continue to grapple with the legacy of the conflicts of the 1990s and new economic and political challenges, including foreign influences undermining the region's democracies. The crisis in Ukraine undermines this region's stability. We know it, and all of our global systems, and we're so grateful to Kosovo for helping us work against that destabilization. I'm very saddened by the passing of our former Secretary of State and NDI Chair, Madeleine Albright. She was a great person. She was a great friend to me. so pleased that this forum is dedicated to her legacy to achieve women, peace, and security as a very important element of international policy. I remember well our conversations about her work to advance gender equality in Kosovo. And of course, we wouldn't have an independent Kosovo today if it weren't for Madeline's leadership. So the country and its people were very dear to her. She truly believed in the potential of this country and its people, and I'm sure she's smiling on us today from up above. If she were here, of course, she'd remind us all, women and men, that it's our responsibility to work for gender equality. I'm so proud that Kosovo is working so hard on its democracy. There's a lot of work to be done, and really, no one knows better than we Americans that the work for democracy is never finished. But we're committed to remain by your side. You're setting inspiring standards for upholding democratic principles, for economic development, for human rights, and I applaud your quest for accession to the European Union, NATO, the UN, and most recently, the Council of Europe. But for me, this is also deeply personal. It was the honor of my lifetime, really, to be able to be the NATO commander and to help stop ethnic cleansing here. I'm so grateful for the tremendous friendship you've shown to the United States of America and to me personally. And I want to tell you that every time I come to Kosovo, I'm impressed increasingly by the progress you make in democracy and economic development. I was recently there and came over through that cut at Kukish and looked down in the early evening into Kosovo, and my heart just swelled with pride for what you all are doing for each other and for democracy in Europe and the world. So congratulations on this important forum. I send blessings from the United States and best wishes for a productive 2 days. I'll be watching. Thank you.
Well, thank you, General Clark, and I have a feeling you are watching, so thank you so much for being with us on the video and online. Let me now turn to our panel, and we'll go till a little bit after noon so that we can catch up with the second panel. And we're very excited to have such a distinguished panel, many of you who knew Madeline personally. First and foremost, Ambassador Jeff Hovener for being here today and for all of your support for Kosovo. He's one of the State Department's most distinguished ambassadors with the rank of Minister Counselor, and we're frankly lucky to have you here in Kosovo as President Biden's representative. No one knows Kosovo better in the diplomatic service throughout his 30-year career. He's been working for Kosovo and the Western Balkans, including at the Rambouillet process. Saw Madeline's work firsthand, and we are at NDR particularly grateful for your pledge on the no manels, so thank you for that. Next, let me turn to Katerina Vodafat, who is Secretary Blinken's senior official at the Office of Global Women's Issues. And there she leads a team of gender experts promoting gender equality, including support of women, peace and security, countering violent extremism, promoting women's economic empowerment, combating gender-based violence. So you have a lot on your plate and a vast of experience. So thank you for being here in Kosovo. Next, we're delighted to be joined by Minister Ann Linde, the former Foreign Minister of Sweden, by just a few days. And she's got vast experience in government as trade, home affairs, and Sweden and European politics, but was a force for change in government in Sweden for its feminist foreign policy, and for that we will forever cherish that legacy and look forward to your continuing to promote that in other ways. And Monica McWilliams is always a treasure to be with. We are longtime friends from our work together 2 decades ago in the Irish peace process, and I saw firsthand how Monica, but the women of Northern Ireland saw the possibilities of peace long before the men did. Endured herself violence against women, endured misogyny in politics, but persevered. And she's one of the few women in the world to have actually signed a peace agreement. She's a signature of the Good Friday Agreement 25 years ago. So we're honored to have her with us today. So with that, let me turn it over to the panel. And I think we had agreed that we would go just in the order that you're seated, and we'll end with Ambassador Hobener. And then we'll have a brief discussion, time permitting, and really appreciate all of you for being here. So Katrina, let me start with you.
Sure, thank you so much, Nancy, for that kind introduction. It's truly an honor to join you, this esteemed panel, this distinguished audience, for this timely discussion of Secretary Albright's historic legacy. Before beginning my remarks, I would like to congratulate all those involved in organizing this event, especially President Osmani, her great team, and the amazing people of Kosovo. During my visit, it has been remarkable to see the examples set by this country, including through Kosovo's support for survivors of conflict-related sexual violence, and their commitment to providing shelter to those being affected by conflict and at risk, including Afghan and Ukrainian refugees, the majority of which are women and children. I can't also help but feel Madeleine Albright's spirit here today and know how proud she would be for Kosovo's leadership on this important issue that was so near and dear to her heart. Like many others, I have been deeply influenced by Secretary Albright through my personal and professional life. I am so honored to have the opportunity to speak about her professional accomplishments and her lasting impact on both U.S. foreign policy and the global approach to gender equity and equality. Secretary Albright was a force to be reckoned with and an inspiration to all through her lifelong commitment to peace and security and her genuine belief in democracy, freedom, and rights for all. She was the epitome of a gender champion. As the first ever female U.S. Secretary of State, Madeleine Albright set the tone for decades to come. She oriented women's empowerment as a cornerstone priority, saying, quote, "The bottom line is women's issues actually are the hardest issues because they are the ones that have to do with life and death in so many aspects." One of her most enduring visible impacts has been on the U.S. commitment to women, peace, and security. She has not only exemplified the importance of women's involvement in peace and security decision-making, but under her tenure as Secretary of State, the United States supported the adoption of the landmark UN Security Council Resolution 1325 in 2000. 17 years after that enactment of UNSCR 1325, the United States became the first country in the world to codify our commitment to WPS into law through the passage of the 2017 Women, Peace, and Security Act, a direct result of Secretary Albright's leadership. In the Balkans, Secretary Albright's influence remains as evidenced today by Kosovo's event and her enduring commitment to WPS. She is known across the region for her unrelenting dedication to historically marginalized communities. Throughout the conflict in this region, Secretary Albright stood with women, echo and amplifying their voices and calls for peace. As a young Peace Corps volunteer at that time in Eastern Europe, I was inspired by Secretary Albright's unwavering support for human rights and democracy in the Balkans, and especially her commitment to the people of Kosovo and the women affected by the conflict. As U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Secretary Albright presented the first ever evidence of mass atrocities committed in the eastern town of Srebrenica to the UN Security Council. That same year, Secretary Albright served as the U.S. delegation chair to the Fourth World Conference on Women, which marked a significant turning point in the way the global community approached gender equality and the rights of women. The conference and the resulting Beijing Platform for Action, which I know Ambassador Soderberg was also a part of, laid the groundwork for more progressive advancements on gender. Secretary Albright's lasting impression on U.S. policy is evident today in the Biden-Harris administration's U.S. National Strategy on Gender Equity and Equality, which was released in October of 2021. This was a first-of-its-kind whole-of-government approach, which outlined our interconnected priorities for advancing gender equity and equality at home and around the world. Secretary Albright's lasting impact has affected all of us. For me personally, she established the first ever iteration of my office, the Secretary's Office of Global Women's Issues, and we are proud to stand on her shoulders and carry gender equality torch further as the next generation of U.S. activist diplomats. The United States celebrates Secretary Albright's legacy by remaining deeply committed to advancing gender equity and equality, not just because we are feminists, as Secretary Albright has said, but because we know, without a doubt, that societies in which women are socially, politically, and economically empowered are more prosperous, just, and secure. I will close my remarks this morning by reiterating my personal admiration for all Secretary Albright did, not just for women and girls, but our collective global community. As President Biden said, quote, "Freedom endures against all odds in the face of every aggressor, because there are always those who will fight for that freedom." And in the 20th and 21st century, freedom had no greater champion than Madeleine Corbell Albright. Thank you for this call to action and our call to be the change.
Thank you, Katerina. And Minister Lind, I would love to welcome your remarks.
Well, thank you very much. And first, let me say thank you to President Osmani for inviting us here and for this panel to honoring the legacy of Madeleine Albright. I met Madeleine Albright many, many years ago. I looked at some of the pictures before going here, and especially on the Democratic Convention in Los Angeles in year 2000, when she was actually taking care of all of those guests from NDI that NDI brought. So she really gave us a lot of courage to continue. And she also put together the party political issue with the governmental issue and the activist issue in a way that I think was quite unique. I also met her here in Kosovo when another former strong president of Kosovo, President Jajaga, and we met here. I don't think it was in this hotel, but it was an extremely big crowd also, and both the President and Madeleine Albright were encouraging all of us to work really, really detailed to get the changes of women on the Balkans, because there are so many things that is not very equal in the society, and there are still things to be done. Finally, last year when there was the pandemic and we need to have the Kosovo meeting virtually, after the meeting, she wrote me a long handwritten letter, and I mean, how old is she, like 84 or something, and she commented on things that she didn't have time to say in the meeting, but she wanted to tell me that in the letter, and that is how she was. She was always engaged, and she also, in the whole of her life, she wanted to make things better in this way. She has made an impact way beyond the United States to many of us. She started together with the Swedish foreign minister in 1998, it was then Lena Hjelm-Wallén, the network of female women foreign ministers. At that time, I think there were 8. Now, in the United Nations General Assembly in September, a month ago, I continue that thing that she and Lena Hjelm-Wallén and Anna Lindh started. Now I think we were more than 30 women foreign ministers, including from Kosovo. My dear friend Donika, of course, was also there. What she said already decades ago had then been proven by research. Equality between genders in all parts of life, and women participation in decision-making and peace process benefits everybody and the societies. It's not only a fundamental part of a democratic society, it also leads, like you said, to more prosperity and longer-lasting peace. And I'm happy to hear Monica later, because we know if women are on the table on peace agreements, on peace negotiation, they last longer. There is a lot of research about that. It's no question. So when everybody said it's just something that you say, it's a symbol, that's bullshit, because we have research that shows that that is a fact, period. We started the first country as a feminist foreign policy in 2014. Now we have around 10 countries that join us: Germany, France, Canada, Mexico, Chile, Spain, many countries. And they were, of course, laughing at us in the beginning. And then more and more countries found out by having a systematic way of doing foreign policy with resources, representation, and rights for women, then actually we could go longer on the path. Of course, I'm sorry that 4 days ago, when I stepped down after being a minister in 6.5 years, the new government has decided not to continue with this, but I hope that we will push them to continue to work for equality, even if it's not feminist foreign policy. We know that women politicians face more hate and violence than male politicians, so we need decision makers that reflect societies we live in. We need decision makers that see the threats of nationalism and fascism. Actually, already in 2019, Madeleine wrote a wonderful book, or it's a terrifying book, about the threats of fascism. And she wanted us to see what was going on. Now we see in many countries, including in my own country, we see in Italy that those forces gains a lot of strength. And we need to see what that leads to. And I think in Kosovo and in the whole of Balkans, you know what those ideologies and what those political ideas could lead to. So we need to stand against that. And we are currently facing the war in Europe. Who believed that? I mean, it started in 2014, but now as the MEP Kravchuk from Ukraine said in her speech, it started 2014, but it had just been growing bigger and bigger, and we didn't say stop early enough. I think that we are on the way of doing it. I think we need to continue with our political support, military support, humanitarian support to Ukraine, because as the president says, we will stand by the women and the people in Ukraine as long as it takes. Finally, I just would like to say that just like myself, Madeleine Albright supported the independence of Kosovo, and this has been a part of a Swedish foreign policy for a long time. We need to stop, we need to counter, we need to reverse development towards more inequality, more nationalism, more xenophobia. We need to do it with determination. We need to do work to revive democracy. We need to recognize the vulnerability that the threats against democracy is carrying, how the anti-democratic movements are trying to destroy what we have built up. Ongoing examples in Europe and in other countries are unfortunately many. We must care, we must speak up, we must hold our ground and relentlessly, and I think we should do this in the spirit of Madeleine Albright. Thank you.
Tack så mycket, Anne. Monica.
Thank you very much, Nancy, and it's great to be with you again after all these years. I come from Ireland, which is the Emerald Isle, and I've come to the Emerald Hotel, so that had to be a good omen. And it's my first time in Kosovo, but it's, I know the situation in the Balkans because we discussed it at our own peace table, and I'll tell you why in a moment. But yesterday, my good friend, Boyd Mackenzie from Belfast, who's been here for 8 years, I asked him, and for 8 years, you must love Kosovo. And he said, they are a very kind people. And I said, I'm not going home. I'm going to stay. So I'll tell you how I first learned. I knew about Kosovo. We were watching it every night as we were negotiating and implementing our own peace agreement. And I was with Prime Minister Blair, standing in front of him when he made the decision to adjourn our talks in a castle in Northern Ireland, where we were 3 days and 3 nights, very weary, very tired, and then we saw the pictures coming in from Kosovo, and our hearts stopped. And immediately we realised that a message had to be sent out. But Prime Minister Blair, right in front of us, said, I have to make a decision tonight about intervention. And he was taking phone calls from President Clinton, and he was obviously listening to what Madeleine Albright was saying, and the next day the intervention happened. And for me it was one of those moments that I'll never forget. And it also was a learning experience for us, because I said to our negotiators, take a look at what is happening in Kosovo and stop being so narcissistic about the small pickings around this table and realise what is happening in this other part of the world where so much suffering and so much harm is happening. And so it brings me to a story about Madeleine Albright and Mother Teresa. I met both of them. I met Mother Teresa in Belfast. She brought her nuns from Calcutta to one of the most deprived, disadvantaged communities, and she walked the streets and worked there. There are other stories, and I'll tell them another day, about Mother Teresa. But there was criticism from some people who said, we understand what you're doing in Calcutta, but why are you only feeding the people with fish? Why don't you give them a fishing rod so that they can stand on their own 2 feet and fish? And the answer that we gave and that others gave was, and she gave, they are too weak to stand on their own feet and fish. So first I will make them strong with humanitarian aid, obviously, and then you can come along with your fishing rod. That's what Madeleine Albright came along with. She brought us the fishing rod. She brought the tools, she brought the skills, she brought the expertise, and she brought her own experience of what it was like to be an underdog, to struggle, to be in civil society, to come from the margins into the mainstream. She was a very clever woman. Those of you who teach in universities are supposed to be clever, but yesterday in the talk that I gave in the library here in the Narrative Heritage group, I said there is a difference between being clever and being wise. And she was both clever and wise, and I learned that from her. So here I am in Kosovo celebrating the statue that you've built to Madeleine Albright and to see the cathedral that you have built to Mother Teresa. And I can't wait to go home to tell them how proud I am to be here to see the combination of these 2 magnificent women and what they did to fight poverty and how the other did what we did, change the face of politics. She told us to do that. She said, when you stand, Monica, for the elections after the peace agreement, remember you must change the face of politics. So this is what we did. We designed these posters. And she had a great sense of humour. And when I produced a poster that said, wave goodbye to dinosaurs, I heard her laughing. The other funny story I want to tell you is last week in Belfast. We hosted a group of young women from Pristina through the OSCE and a young group of women from Belgrade. And I always go around the room and ask, well, what are you seeing in Belfast? What difference do you see? And the answer from one of the young women was, there are so many older women still involved in this peace building. I, of course, was one of them. And so was Madeleine Albright. When she passed in her 80s, what I learned was that peace building is an unfinished business. It never stops. If you're fire in your belly, it goes on and on. And so she taught me many lessons. As a peace builder, I often had to question the use of military intervention. But I understood it exactly here in Kosovo, as they do in Ukraine, how you must stand in solidarity when there's a humanitarian crisis. And there's a story told that Colin Powell was pushing back when she was Secretary of State on military intervention, first in Haiti. And she said, what's the point of the military if it can't intervene in a humanitarian crisis? And Colin Powell said he almost had a stroke at that point because he absolutely understood the point she was making. And today, as we watch what is happening here and in the Ukraine and the Balkans and everywhere, we have got that story. So we have to put the pieces together. And women understand women, peace and security. But we also have to put the issues of gender justice at the heart of this. And that is what Madeleine Albright taught me and taught many others in terms of her legacy. So when I got the opportunity to come to the table and be at the table and to sign the peace agreement, I am very proud that in 1998 we were able to put gender justice into that agreement, 2 years before the United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325. In the year 2000, I was told by Madeleine and others that it was the intervention of the Women's Coalition into peace building that led to that resolution. So what I say to you, the women of Kosovo, every little piece makes a difference. And the other message that she left was, it is hard to make an agreement. Don't dare break it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Monica. Ambassador Hovner.
Thank you, Nancy. So, first lesson learned for next time, never speak after Monica McWilliams. I'm delighted to be here today and join in this very distinguished panel to share observations on Madeleine Albright and her legacy. Very few diplomats have had such a direct effect on so many individual lives, and as we've heard, Madeleine literally saved lives. She also worked tirelessly to bring perpetrators to justice, made sure victims had redress, built and strengthened institutions to advance peace and security. But what I don't want to do is a speech about Madeleine Albright. As much as I would enjoy that, I want to tell you a story. I want to share a personal, powerful experience that I had with her 26 years ago. It speaks to her commitment to this region. It speaks to her efforts to ensure that people of all ethnicities, religions, and backgrounds could live in peace and security. It also speaks to her absolute readiness to stand up to aggression and be unyielding in her principles. So let me set the stage. It's March 1996. I am serving as a second secretary at the U.S. Embassy in Zagreb, Croatia. Madeleine Albright at that time is the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations. The United States had helped achieve an agreement that would peacefully reintegrate a rebel Serb-held territory in eastern Slavonia back into Croatia over a 2-year period. A United Nations peacekeeping mission was established. It was called UNTACE, the United Nations Transitional Administration for Eastern Slavonia. And it was responsible to carry out this 2-year transition. Then Ambassador Albright, who played a leading role in the Security Council discussions to achieve the mandate for UNTACE, it wasn't a given, and she decided that early on, it had been 2 months old at this point, she wanted to come visit Croatia, underscore the U.S. commitment to this agreement, and she wanted to see the region for herself. She'd heard about Vukovar. She wanted to see it. I was the person at the U.S. Embassy at Zagreb responsible to plan and execute this trip by our ambassador to the United Nations, but working with my colleagues from the UN mission who were in Eastern Slavonia. She came with a couple of very specific messages. To the government of Croatia, she wanted them to know that the U.S. was committed to seeing this agreement implemented, that there was no need for military action to integrate this region. We were going to do it peacefully, and we were committed, and that reintegration would be successful and peaceful and orderly. But she also wanted to talk to the residents of Eastern Slavonia, which at that point, because of a brutal campaign of ethnic cleansing a few years earlier, was almost exclusively ethnic Serb at the time, that the United States was committed to ensuring that they could remain in the region as it was reintegrated into Croatia, that they would have guarantees of their safety, security, and dignity. So we had meetings in Zagreb with President Tuđman and other officials, and then she and we traveled to Vukovar, which is the headquarters of the UN Transitional Administration, And we met with local Serb leaders where she gave a statement. I'd like to let you hear from her directly. This is a press conference right after our meeting with the local leaders of this rebel territory. I think we have video. Let's see if this works. Trying to do a multimedia presentation.
Made quite clear the fact that the United States wants to see this a multi-ethnic area. And as the area is reintegrated into Croatia, we believe it is essential for the Serbs to stay here.
All right. After that round of meetings, she had asked that we do a tour of Vukovar. As I think most of you know, that population had suffered just a horrendous ethnic cleansing, and the city was largely destroyed in a 1991 siege by the Yugoslav People's Army and by paramilitary forces. She wanted to bear witness of the atrocities that had taken place there. So she asked for a city tour. We added that to her schedule. In a minute, we're going to play some footage, and you will see how that city tour played out. If you look closely, you may notice a cameo by a 31-year-old me in there. I will also note that my colleague, current Swedish Ambassador Jonas Westerlund, who was also serving in UNTAS at the time, I couldn't find you in the video, Jonas. I looked for you, but I know you and I were both there. So we can tell you war stories literally in a minute if you want. So let's see the city tour, please. We're walking through the market. And we confront a group of angry protesters. You can see they're throwing rocks at us. Anybody find me?
Now, where's the press class, which may be in worse shape?
That was my seat in the van. All right, we're going to stop there. The city tour did not go well. A protest immediately formed, became threatening and violent. We had rocks thrown at it. They broke the windows of our vehicles. I learned that if you are in a security situation and part of the group has a security detail and part of the group does not, the security detail moves very quickly with regard to the people they are protecting, and the rest of you are on your own. We got in our van, we were whisked away, we took a rock. I think my seat was about the worst. For weeks I was still finding glass, in fact, in my, I'd like to wear cuffs and would find little pieces of glass in there. But this angry mob who'd said horrible things about her, considered her the personification of a U.S. policy that they strongly disagreed with, wanted to use violence. And so we left, and we left quickly. Now, we were shocked, all of us, she was, we all were. And we weren't, we did what you do, which is, for now, when you're in shock, you just continue with what you were going to do. So we continued on our program. And we went to the next stop, and we didn't really talk about it. We just kind of got out of Vukovar, paused for a minute, made sure everybody was okay, got back in our cars, lots of fresh air in my car, and went to our next stop. It was a Catholic church in a little town called Ilok, which is right on the border of Croatia and Serbia, that had stood as an example of multi-ethnic cooperation. There was a priest who had stayed behind and protected his church, but also befriended a small community of both ethnic Croatian and ethnic Serb elderly residents who had stayed there in a very, very troublesome circumstance. And we'd like to bring visitors to meet Father Marco and to hear his efforts at multi-ethnic life. So we were touring the church and hearing from Father Marco, and Ambassador Albright turned to my boss, Peter Galbraith, who was the U.S. Ambassador to Croatia at the time, and me, and said, I have to say something about what just happened. I cannot let this stand. So I got the whole control officer, go do your thing. So while the ambassador and the Ambassador Galbraith and Ambassador Albright continued a tour, I grabbed our press attaché, and we had some traveling press, and there was a lot of local press following us, and we got a stand-up set up in front of this church for her to say something. Without any script, without any plan, without any coordination. Well, let's listen to what she had to say.
It did not surprise me that those people who in fact supported the destruction of Vukovar might not like me, especially since I have made no secret of my views and will continue to speak out against injustice and brutality. But it's very important to remember that a few rotten apples or stones cannot spoil what is a very important process.
All right. So That, to me, is Madeleine Albright in quintessence. She was threatened. She was harassed by the very people she had just been talking to others about, making sure their rights were protected and that they would live in conditions of dignity and security. Her response was emphatic and steely-eyed. I am not deterred by you. I'm going to make clear what I stand for. I'm going to make sure there is no misunderstanding of the commitment of the United States to a series of principles and values. And in case you're puzzled by that, let me articulate them for you very clearly. I remember she turned to me afterwards because I said, that was amazing. And she said, I won't tolerate bullies. So, we're past time. I just want to say this. I watched a visionary, principled leader that day. I have filed that experience away. I refer to it probably too frequently with some of the people who work with me. But it was one of those formative experiences in my career, and I'm so grateful to have had the chance to see her. This experience is not unique. She had other experiences like that. Other people could tell you other stories, but that's what I got to see, and it was one of the proudest moments of my career. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I know we're running very short on time, so I'm going to close the panel out with a question to all of you, and we'll just go down very quickly. Pretend you're Madeleine Albright, and I'm sure she's watching us with joy from above. And just give the world a recommendation on how you fix the tiny percentage of women who are at the table. Okay, it's better than 30 foreign ministers at the UN General Assembly, but that's still only 30 out of 193. So maybe with, we'll just start the normal, just one sentence. How can we fix this to get, if you're Madeleine, what would she tell us today? Just one sentence, everyone, and then we'll close out the panel with a final video.
Quickly, just quick story. I was actually at an NDI event right before she passed and saw her. Some very high-level person was actually asking me could you please call Secretary Albright and tell her to quit calling my office because she was fighting for a particular group of female refugees. After laughing for quite some time and saying, clearly you don't know Secretary Albright. I'm also flattered that you think that I can do that. She said, so I saw her, I told her this story, and she said, what did you say to them? And I said, well, there's a place in hell. And she started laughing. She said, yes, women have to support each other. So she would say, make a seat at the table. If you have sharp elbows, make a seat to make sure that they can come up, lift up each other's voices.
Thank you very much. What I would say is that we need to be much more systematic. There should not be like the women, peace and security agenda or the equality issues should be on the side. It's always on the end. Last year I was sharing the OSCE and always it was like, oh yeah, we should not forget gender. No, we should not say we should not forget gender and put it on the side. It should be systematically into every single issues, and the women, peace and security, but also other issues. When you're budgeting, you need to do gender budgeting. When you have representation, you need to say it from the start. When you have resources, you have to say that it goes equally to women and men and to boys and to girls. When you have the rights, you always have to see, is the rights the same for women and men? And if we don't start to do that systematically, we will not get the long-term and sustainable change that we need.
She would have said, nothing about us without us is for us. And the only way that we can do that is, yes, of course, to build capacity, change the culture, provide the childcare, give more cash to the women working in the margins, but most important also to change the structures, as you said. I've spent my life building the confidence and the capacity and the training. So the structures and the system has to take a hard look and stop saying we can't find the women or they're not good enough. It's the structure and the system that is causing the social exclusion. and that has to change.
I'm channeling my inner Madeleine Albright, as you asked. Be uncompromising, stand up to bullies.
With that, thank you for those kind words and your wonderful memories of having had the honor of working with Madeleine Albright. To close the panel, we're going to hear a message from NDI's new chair, Senator Tom Daschle, and he has the very tough job of following in Madeleine Albright's footsteps as chair of NDI. But we're lucky to have his leadership, and he brings to NDI years of serving on our board, but also 2 decades of service in his home state of South Dakota as a senator, the only senator to serve twice as both the Senate Majority Leader and Minority Leader. So let me close with a tribute from Senator Daschle.
It is my pleasure to join you today on this very important Women, Peace, and Security Forum. This is an impressive action towards realizing the commitments under President Biden's Democracy Summit. Congratulations to President Vyosa Osami for her leadership on this issue, to which this forum is a fitting testament. As the new chair of NDI, I'm especially touched by the warm tribute to NDI's long-serving chair, former Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. I know she's present today in spirit. The impressive strides that Kosovo has made in building a democratic state, especially given the many challenges faced in this region. Through this forum and the commitments that President Osmani has laid out in the Democracy Summit, it is clear that Kosovo understands the vital role of women in peace building, peacekeeping, and the post-conflict processes. Madeleine devoted much of her life to advancing the role of women as critical actors in bridging divides and building sustainable peace. By gathering men and women from around the world to discuss building alliances for sustainable peace, Kosovo is again at the forefront of forging solutions to the challenges we are facing. With the rise of authoritarianism and the crisis in Ukraine, all of Europe and our friends beyond must join in a collective action to defend democracy and universal human rights. Indeed, Kosovo's own security and prosperity as a sovereign country are closely tied to its democratic aspirations and the democratic achievements. And we know that women will be critical to building a lasting and a just peace. As the majority leader of the U.S. Senate, at a time when Madeleine Albright was Secretary of State, I worked closely with her during the developments in Kosovo in 1999 and beyond. I saw firsthand her steely determination to protect innocent civilians and to push for the right of the people of Kosovo to determine their own future. I'm proud of the role that the United States played in helping usher in its independence and the vibrant democracy it enjoys today. The U.S. remains committed to that partnership in this journey now. As chair of NDI, I'm in awe of the hurdles you have passed and the building blocks of democracy that you've achieved. It's very impressive to see the enduring alliance of Kosovo and the United States and your commitment to contributing to a peaceful world. We at NDI remain committed to upholding Madeleine's extraordinary legacy and vision, working with Kosovo to achieve the inclusion of all voices in the public sphere and democratic processes. Secretary Albright will remain an inspiration to us all. Her unique life story as a refugee, her remarkable career in public service, and her leadership in promoting democracy at home and abroad provides us all with an extraordinary roadmap for all of us who seek to make a difference. But we're impressed by the clear progress of women's participation in public life. Kosovo still has work to do to attain full parity as women remain underrepresented in all public spheres. Gender equality is not a zero-sum game. When women are empowered, the entire society benefits. Evidence has shown that countries who have less inequality in society are more prosperous, more peaceful. That's why when we speak of gender equality, we must include men in this journey. Our goal, that of NDI and of Kosovo, is for an equal and inclusive society in policy and in decision-making. I congratulate President Osmani on this very relevant forum and wish you all fruitful discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Daschle, and that concludes our panel. I want to thank Ambassador Hovner, Monica Moat-Williams, Minister Lynn, and Katrina Vodafat. Thank you so much for being with us. Stay in your seat. The next panel starts right now. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry to interrupt, just a little bit of housekeeping from me. To inform everyone, obviously we're running slightly late, so every single event, including Gypsyism and women at the negotiating Can I please invite our panelists to join us on the stage? The event will begin shortly. Can I please invite you all to take a seat? The panel is about to begin. Please take your seats.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are well aware that it's hard to keep the attention prior to lunch, but I do want to welcome you to come back to the seats so that we would begin the panel. Madam President, distinguished guests, distinguished speakers, it's an honor for me to be here today to moderate this panel in regards to the architecture of security in Europe, but also in looking at what is currently happening to our place. It goes without saying that on February 24th, Europe woke up to another war. This is 23 years after the Kosovo War. What we're witnessing today in Ukraine has shifted global dynamics, your day-to-day job, hence making a significant historical geostrategic inflection in our memory. This forum convenes at a time when peace, democracy, human rights, and freedom are being threatened at the very heart of Europe. While other year-long conflicts and crises continue in many regions across the world. Historically, both the role of the women in conflict prevention and intervention, as well as their suffering after they have left in outlines of the discussions of war, conflict, and security. History of war, militarism, conflict has centered on men, and usually powerful men, how the conflict is shaped and how the conflict shapes society. This disproportional gender-based violence affected women in cities of conflicts needs to address urgently. Women are not only prone to being victims of the type of violence during the time of conflict, but gender-based violence often becomes a tactic of war and conflict. The lack of inclusion of women in decision-making processes, which deals with the prevention and intervention of conflicts, add to the challenges that we have at the table. In this panel, our aim is to discuss the next steps in terms of inclusion of women in decision-making, related to conflict prevention and intervention, but additionally we will be speaking about the role of women in peacekeeping and providing safe spaces for other women in the sites of conflict. Last but not least, we will be speaking about the post-war struggle for justice of victims of gender-based violence. We know it best here in Kosovo with a recent history of war, and many important subtopics. But before we move forward, I would like to introduce this very distinguished panel of speakers that will be bringing their perspective and trajectory in terms of what needs to be done to move forward. It is my pleasure to introduce you the panel. I will begin with Her Excellency Anne Lehmann, Minister of State for Europe and Climate in the German Foreign Affairs Office. Welcome, Ms. Lehmann. Minister Armen Mehaj, our own Minister of Defense in the Republic of Kosovo. Welcome, Minister Mehaj. Svetlanka Pretovska, Minister of Defense of the Republic of North Macedonia. Welcome. Dr. Daipur Mon, Minister of Education in Bangladesh. Welcome. Velislava Petrovska, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria. Welcome. Her Excellency Dr. Medita bin Salam Al-Shamsi, Minister of State of the United Emirates, it's here today with us. Welcome. And last but not least, Ambassadora Lilia Petrola Cordera, Vice Minister of Bilateral Relation and Cooperation from Costa Rica. Bienvenido a Kosovo. I would begin this panel with Minister Lehmann. At the time that we are, would like to have your perspective. For the sake of time and how we structure it, I would pass on the floor to all of you for your opening remarks, and then we'll get back to audience questions, but also some more questions in terms of history, what we've done so far, how much progress we've made, and how we move forward. Thank you. Minister Lehmann, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thanks a lot to the government of Kosovo for inviting to this very important conference. And as you highlighted, Russia's unprovoked war of aggression against Ukraine shows once more how relevant the issues of the women, peace and security agenda are, how relevant they are also here in Europe. And all of you that are present here, I mean, that's probably why you are here, know the undeniable truth that women's participation and sustainable peace are really very, very closely linked. Yeah? And quite often the rise of nationalism, the rise of conflict goes hand in hand with a backlash against women's agendas and women's rights. And studies also show that the security of women is a very good indicator for the security of societies as such, and also for nations' peacefulness. So the organization of this conference is really an important sign of Kosovo's dedication to the participation of women in peace processes and in public life in general. And we also know that women are disproportionately affected by war and all the crimes and violence that comes with it. And our duty as governments is it to protect women from these horrific crimes. However, and this issue is very, very important to me, we really should not see women just as victims. And I would just like to share a personal story here. Some of you might know that I hold a master's degree in gender and peace studies from Ahfad University in Omdurman in Sudan. And always when I tell this story, people in Europe react to me, are like, what? There's a women's university in Sudan? You know? But actually, it's the largest women's university of Africa, probably one of the largest in the world. It's 5,000 students are there. Women in Sudan have been at the forefront of the revolution. And I'm sure all of you remember this picture in 2018 of Ala Salah, the woman dressed in this white thobe, really very bravely crying for peace, for freedom, for justice, and really leading the struggle of the Sudanese woman. And if we look to Iran now, we see similarly brave women fighting for freedom, for dignity, and also fighting actually the fight that men should have probably started quite some time ago, right? So this is really what feminist foreign policy is about, to recognize and support women equal participation in peace processes, in political processes. And so this whole agenda is not some soft agenda about some nice to have issues, and it is about power fundamentally. It is of course about that those in power consider the items, that issues that are particularly relevant for women, but it is also about the goal that half of the positions of power should be taken by women, because we are half of the population everywhere in the world, right? And of course, if we say half of the positions of power for women, that means less position of power for men. So it is not some soft issue, but it is a power struggle. It also means to prioritize some issues and deprioritize some others. And I think we have to recognize women as powerful agents of change, and as governments, it is our duty to enable them in that struggle. And this is really at the heart of the new German government's approach, feminist approach to foreign policy, and thus also a feminist approach to the women, peace and security agenda that really, and that is about prioritizing the issues that are related to this agenda, but also really thinking about resources, representation and rights. All of you know this issue of the 3R. And since we've only sort of started on this process now as a government, of course we are turning a lot to our colleagues in Sweden and Canada that have had similar approaches for quite some time. So it's really a journey, I think, where all of us together can embark on a learning pathway. And I'm particularly very glad that I see a lot of men here on the panel and also in the audience, because this agenda can only be put forward rigorously if we all work together, women and men, on this issue of strengthening the role of women in peace and security. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lee. I'll pass on the floor to Minister Meehan.
Well, thank you, Ms. Lisa, and I would like to use the opportunity to thank the President for gathering us today in this very important topic. by only working together we can solve all the unsolved issues, but also make the world a better place for all of us. So I would like to read this small speech afterwards, also ready for answering any questions you might have. I see this as a very important topic, not only in Kosovo having this, because as you know, after the war, gathering us and being also an exporter of security, not only a consumer, is an important topic for us, for not only women, peace and security, but also in the world's security sections. The integration of women in security sectors is undoubtable. It's an important issue because it's illusional to believe that it will be a lasting stability without involving women, and as you also mentioned, half of the population is also female. Kosovo is a country that still has fresh wounds from the war. In our collection's memory, it is clear as sunlight, contribution of women in the most difficult period of our nation, whether as fighter of Kosovo Liberation Army for defending our country, but also as doctors, nurses, volunteers. We're also helping thousands of personnel leaving or getting support when they had to leave the country. Women and men's experience in 1999, it was similar, but also very different in many ways. As it happened in the war in Croatia, Bosnia, and also in Kosovo, women and girls were one of the most suffered through many different areas. I will mention some of it. The numbers of victims of violence in Kosovo established between 20,000 women were raped in that time or period. We had over 200,000 houses burned. We have still 1,616 personnel still missing, and many of them also females. Because it happens today, what you see it happens today in Ukraine, the aggression had used physical and psychological tortures as a weapon. And we see the effects of psychological effects when it comes to the news. It still affects personnel today when they see the news. Even it's far distant, it still affects personnel everywhere in the world. There should be a silent victims. We need to access to justice. It's more just only law. It has to be a system. As our known Nelson Mandela in Kosovo used to say, it's about systems. People comes and goes, but system remains. So that's very important for us to gather it and discuss about 1325 resolution, that it plays a very important role in overall. There's also experience what we see from the wars, not only above the world, but also in the Balkans, Croatia, Bosnia, and Kosovo, I mentioned some of them. Many have had the opportunity to go through acknowledge and hearing, but not through legal processes, and that hasn't established still justice. We see a lot of criminals still unpunished, as also protected from Serbian state. We hope that justice will come to place. Women who have suffered greatly should also serve as a reminder for us, all of us, as not only individuals, but the whole society. There are also special rights when many macabres we see repeated now in Ukraine that shows that we all have to stick together for the democracy and values we stand for. While the war is continuing in Ukraine, we're seeing that the revolt that is happening in Iran and Afghanistan, the demonstration of women who wants to draw attention to the fact that there will be no established security for citizens as long as human rights are not respected. Because of, and we also seen, as Martin Luther King Jr. said one time, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And this is something we all have to work for. If we do not react against violence and extremists, it will affect the rest of the world. Therefore, the war in Ukraine and the revolution in Iran should be seen as an issue and a cause for each of us, who should be experienced as a dual sound, rather than a bell required to respond. In words of one of the brave women protesting in Iran lately, was said that denial of the rights is like death in slow motion. And that gives a reminding why we stand for the rights for both females and men. Considering the last global development is 22nd century after the revolution of 1325, remarks us that we all have to stick and work together, especially after 22 years of the revolution in place. For me, as a former military officer, as an Albanian diaspora, left Kosovo in 1980s. We were forced out of Kosovo as a Yugoslav regime. I grew up in Norway. After 35 years, I returned back to Kosovo and now part of the government. Shows how important we need to stick to the female and women agenda in the global security. Currently, in our security force in Kosovo, we have 11.3% women, part of the whole structure. We are considering that we are a new country. It's not a low percentage. However, our goal is to increase it, the percentage, also in the army, but also through the whole structure of Ministry of Defense and the Kosovo Security Force. We believe that equal justice and equalities are the same as men as women. Undoubtedly, the realization of the goals, because the army is still considered as a place for men. It is also due to difficulties in family planning, extended work hours, care of family members, and case of harms. We will strongly direct how to take care and establish equal rights. To eliminate all obstacles, we will take measures that compose each selection boards, balanced in terms of gender. It will initiate strong family support, including emergency and day cares of children for soldiers and missions abroad. It will still re-evaluation of tasks of new mothers. Also, in addition, the legal infrastructure ready to grant them by Minister of Defense, such as open recruitment procedures and equal pay of equal gender for both sexes. For proposal and promotion, both meritocracy, grading implemented a law and marital laws for parents' leaves. So this is what we are putting a lot of place. That's why the woman's voice is very important for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Mehai. We'll be moving to Minister Petrovska. I was told that I misspelled your name, so I apologize in advance. I do want to touch your point, especially coming as a woman Minister of Defense in a very rooted patriarchal society in the region of the Balkans. I wanted to get your perspective on where we are and how we move forward. Back in 1993, women represented 1% of deployed personnel according to the UN. By November 2029, women constituted 5.6% of military contingents and 19.57% of the military experts in the field. Peacekeeping is important to women, so it's important to men. I do want to note also the remarks from Mr. Luhrmann that also to tap onto it, it's the question that for me is crucial on this, and is how can we ensure the representation rises, and how can we ensure that women ministers particularly do take an extra role in terms of making sure that fellow women are included into the table. And it goes along with Madam Secretary Albright's famous quote of how we make sure that women support fellow women. So please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I will answer the questions and I will cover all the aspects that you have mentioned, but please, at the very beginning, allow me to express my greatest gratitude to the Madam President Osmani for awarding the medal to the women in Ukraine, because they deserved it. The medal, the words of the support, our actions of support, and they deserve freedom and liberty as well. So what they have received actually, the medal, was really honored. I think that they are honored by that. And this also gives the rest of us, all of us actually, who are standing for democracy and for liberty, to stand together, to fight together, and to help Ukraine in what they are doing today. Back to your question, and from my personal experience, I will say, I'm a Minister of Defense for more than 9 months, approximately, in the Ministry of Defense, and I'm happy not to be the first Minister of Defense in North Macedonia. My predecessor was also woman Minister of Defense. And North Macedonia, I will say, that is a very positive example of how women can and are contributing to the defense area especially. For us, women are not only numbers, are not only figures. And as soon as possible, all of the societies understood this, it will be much easier. Why? Because it's easy for the minister, for different institutions to have bigger numbers. But are the women on the right position? Are they playing their role? This is the most important issue that we have to answer. And from the experience, from the example of North Macedonia, yes, and they are improving much more. Despite the fact that I'm a woman Minister of Defense, also we have a Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, which is of course not directly involved, but yes, it covers a part of the security issues. Also State Secretary at the Ministry of Interior, but also we are the first probably country from the region who has a Deputy Director of the Agency of Intelligence, which from a wider perspective, it is also very important. How are we achieving bigger numbers, but also the influence of the women in the Ministry of Defense? First, by a strong political will, which is obvious that we have. Secondly, by implementing the gender equality agenda in all of the strategic documents in the ministry. So we are taking care of the women who are already in the ministry, but also we are motivating the women and young girls outside of the ministry to come and to work for the defense of the country. In numbers, I will say that in 2012, this was not the case in the ministry. Less than 5% of the personnel in the army were women. Today, we have more of 10%, which means that is double. It's the same ratio as the one who are on senior official positions. Of course, we are taking care also about the other gender sensitization with different categories of personnel. So that's why we have 28 NATO certificate gender trainers who are actually training the rest of the Army and the Ministry of Defense to accept the gender balance and the gender equality as a primary policy of the ministry. So what we have done so far, of course, and we are continuing to do, is I think the right way to see that the women are important. And I will once again stress out that it's not only the question of how much we are, but where we are and what we are standing for. And of course, the example that was given in the first panel of Madam Secretary Madeleine Albright said everything, that she played a crucial role in a crucial time, I will say not only for Kosovo, but for the Balkan as well.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister Petrovska. I'd like to move on to Dr. Deepu Moni. As a Minister of Education, there's a lot that comes in terms of what could be done at early age and how do we move societies forward. Even after we empower women to participate in economical and political spheres, challenges for them continue to prevail as they usually have to navigate dominated patriarchal societies. In some parts of the world, much more, in some less, thanks to the progress that we have forward. I'd like to hear your thoughts on that end, and how do we connect education to the security lines, but also to the participation of women across the spectrum? Welcome.
Thank you. I would like to begin by thanking the Honorable President and the Government of Kosovo for organizing this first edition of Women, Peace and Security Forum in this beautiful Pristina. I'm actually representing my Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, a champion of rights of women and girls, not only in Bangladesh, but also globally. Women, peace and security, it's a very wide canvas with many colors, shades and forms, and it's not definitely a monolithic space. While there is certain amount of universality, we also must appreciate the diversity in issues, cultures, and also approaches that are required. It's now over 2 decades that the UN Security Council deliberated on it and adopted the Resolution 1325 under Bangladesh's chairmanship of the Council. The world at large, in each of our societies, have moved so much since, especially as the world leaders adopted the Agenda 2030, including the 17 interlinked SDGs. Yet tensions, hostilities, conflicts, and wars dot several parts of the world, now including on European soil. So how does a large population of 170 million people in Bangladesh view the complexities and interlinkages to secure women and girls everywhere, especially given our own experiences in 1971 during our War of Independence, and also now when we are hosting 1.1 million forcibly displaced Rohingyas from Myanmar who had to suffer horrendously in their own country. Let me share a few reflections. Even without being in a full-blown out conflict scene, great majority of women and girls suffer and struggle. We concurred in Agenda 2030 to secure shared prosperity through shared responsibility. This applies to all across the globe. As we now approach the midpoint of Agenda 2030, let us weave SDG 5 with SDG 8, recent work, SDG 10 of inequality, and SDG 16, rule of law and justice, and not just focus on SDG 5 alone. And if you look at the SDGs, actually SDG 4, education, is interlinked with each and every one of those SDGs. Where societies are behind, let's reach out to them. Women and girls in distress in any society should concern us all, be in Asia or Africa or Europe, even at early stages, not to discount the challenges. While it's right to look at women in conflict, it's equally apt to address larger women folk battling existential challenges in farming and non-farming livelihoods, now at risk due to climate uncertainties. This is not just for Bangladesh. Technology is integral to our daily living, especially digital technologies. This can ensure millions of women to grow them aspirational, resilient, and creative to battle risks and uncertainties, even during a horrible conflict. Just ponder over Rohingyas or women in Afghanistan. To me, world can secure these technologies through investment in learning contents for the women and girls to be liberated and make these attractive and accessible as public goods. Can we accomplish this through a compact among global businesses, educators, and technology providers? A key challenge is to secure women's access to productive resources. That's about spurring entrepreneurship as we see in urban or rural Bangladesh. There I would zero in on finance. In many cases, women entrepreneurs often struggle to navigate and prosper with conventional actors on institutions like banks. And these could also be included, entrepreneurship and these other skills in our education. I flagged these based on our own journey in Bangladesh and also looking at diverse societal scenes and circumstances. We have enough global and regional conclaves and outcomes articulating issues and possible actions. What we need is to test some actions contextually. Merely asking to preserve values may not secure a woman or young girl in a village in Bangladesh, Bosnia, or Botswana. We need to have women at the decision-making tables, need them in businesses, as leaders, in science and technology, as innovators and users, in peacekeeping and peace building. We need them everywhere because we want democracy, we want peace, and we want prosperity. We have to get rid of the barriers and prejudices that stop and discourage women from becoming an equal partner anywhere and everywhere for making societies and the world more stable, peaceful, just, and secure. And I think the best investment to make is in education. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Moni, and well said. The technology has a way to also open new channels in terms of the advancement, but also making sure that we have rise on a participation. I'd like to move the floor to Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bulgaria, Ms. Petrova. We talked about feminist approach policy, we talked about numbers beginning to raise, we talk about women in position of defense, we talk about women in foreign services. I'm keen to hear from your end as to how can we jointly ensure that the representation continues to rise, that this feminist policy approach is not something to an extreme, but it's something we needed as we move forward. And what are some of the key challenges that you see ahead in your own country and reflecting on the region?
Thank you so much. Again, thanks to the President Osmani for this opportunity to have this dialogue now, but also for starting a format that I hope it's not just the first, but one of many of such convening. And I would here want to resonate with what Anna said about it's important to have men at the table when women issues are discussed, and it's also important to have women participate and lead on issues that are not only women issues. And I think both of this reciprocity is important. Thank you for the question. I think for me and from hearing the other interventions, the key element is that women in peace and security is intertwined with women in leadership, women in health, women in education, women in any other part of life. And as long as we don't ensure their equal presence and participation and involvement in decision-making at the highest levels, not just numbers, but at the highest level when decisions are being made, when the processes of how to make decisions are actually being built, then we'll always be struggling with targets. There's a lot that can be said about the numbers, and they don't look that great in terms of how many times has the Security Council has heard from women representatives, and what repercussions have those women afterwards faced for speaking at the Security Councils. How much funding do we have for civil societies led by women that are putting forward the issues? We know that the statistics there are not in our favor, although this were the meaningful participation of women in peace and security was the goal of the resolution. But if we bring it a step aside from this and see what can be done going forward, there is a positive trend. The Minister of Defense of North Macedonia spoke about the increase in representation of women in the army. In Bulgaria right now is around 17%, but just probably a decade ago was under 10. So we really see growth there, and women are also playing a very important role in the aspect of educating and being the officers within the army for health and reproductive rights, for gender policies as well, and then how do we ensure equality there within the army and the armed forces, but also more broadly. And so they're playing an active role, and that's very typical, I notice. Very often women take roles outside of their just current job, an additional burden because they feel that they want to help in other areas as well and spread this message. So we see that positive trend there in the army. When you talk about other areas as well, I think the area of education is really important because it also brings that initial stages of empowerment of women to feel ready to take those leadership roles or to be involved in other aspects of life. In Bulgaria, the situation is good in terms of there's half of STEM researchers were women, half of researchers in mathematics, natural science are women. So there are these subjects where typically we don't see as many women are represented by women there. We see this also in politics, but not at the highest levels. We haven't had a prime minister, woman, or president. We still have a very unequal number of women in government. But in the same time, what's really key is that we keep having this conversation and also showing the right examples. I think representation is the word that I would want to highlight here. For me, representation defines the limits of what's possible, and that's once you've seen it, you think you can do it as well. And I think that's the message that we try to put forward, and that's at the forefront also of our national plan for women in peace and security as well, which was adopted in 2020, so 2 years ago. But the consequence of this and actually the long-term effect of it would not be able to ever have the results we're aiming for if it's not implemented in any other area of life. And here I'll also finish with a personal story. I'm a scientist, used to work in global health and worked in West Africa, and there are still places there where women cannot go to school because of the biology of being a woman that prevents you certain parts of the month to be able to go to school. And I think that unless we go to the bottom of the problem of inequality of women that is really severe in certain parts of the world, we would not be able to ever address the role of women in peace, although we have sufficient evidence that when peacemaking includes women, it's more durable and actually brings more public participation in it. So that's something to really think about.
Thank you so much, Deputy Minister Petrova. I think spot on your remark, and if you can see it, you can do it. We need more role models. We need more women who break the ceilings. We need more women who initiate formats of discussion, of dialogue, but also push the barriers. On this note, I would like to go to Her Excellency, Dr. Maditha bin Saladin, and hear a bit the perspective of UAE in this regard. But also I'd like particularly to touch on Sheikh Fatima bin Saladin initiative jointly with the UN and Women, Peace and Security, and how that initiative has sparked the change that you are aiming to move forward. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank President of Kosovo, Yusuf Osmani, for inviting us. It's my pleasure to convey to you the greetings of Her Highness Sheikh Fatima bint Mubarak, Mother of the Nation. Her Highness wishes of success to this forum. UAE has distinctive policies to promote women's role in all fields, whether political, economic, or social aspect. UAE tried to highlight the strong and deep cooperation with UN Women. I'd like to mention here the implementation of the 5th goal of the Sustainable Development Goals and all areas of women's empowerment. UAE has reached globally advanced levels in the gender balance file thanks to the great support from women by our wise leaders, especially Her Highness Sheikh Fatima bint Mubarak, in order to establish the solid base to ensure equal opportunities. The Fatima bint Mubarak Women, Peace and Security initiatives. In the field of security and peace, a memorandum of understanding signed in 2018 between the UAE's Ministry of Defense, the General Women's Union, and the United Nations at the headquarters of the UAE mission to the United Nations in New York to launch the Fatima bint Mubarak Women, Peace and Security initiatives. The total number of trainings within this program has reached 497 trainings. The first including training from 7 Arab countries in 2019. After that, it was agreed between the UAE and UN Women to expand the scope of participation to include countries from Africa and Asia in 2020. The training is taking place at the Khawla bint al-Azwar Military School in Abu Dhabi. In 2020, Her Highness Sheikh Fatima bint Mubarak Women, Peace and Security initiatives become the name of this pioneer training program in September 2020 and of the UN celebration of the 20 years anniversary of adopting the Security Council Resolution number 1325. In March 2021, Her Highness launched the National Plan of UAE to execute resolution number 1325 issued by the UN Security Council. Global indicators. UAE was ranked in the first country in the region and the 24th globally as per Women, Peace and Security 2021 indicators issued by Georgetown University in USA. In the sub-indicators that measures women's sense of security in society, UAE was ranked in the first country globally and was ranked in the prestigious rank as per the Parliamentary Representation of Women Index. UAE was ranked in the first country in the Middle East and North Africa for 2 years in the World Bank report Women, Business and Law 2021 and 2022. This is what I have, but actually Her Highness Sheikh Fatima did a lot of achievements for women, not just for regionally, but globally. Then he always tried to support women everywhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Al-Shamsi. I think there is clear records of us moving ahead and progressing. While the topic, usually the dominant discourse, is hard on security, and we still in the globe will lack understanding on how climate change, pandemics, or energy crisis affect the security architecture of our countries. And I'd like to go now to Vice Minister for Multilateral and Cooperation of Costa Rica, Senora Parton, coming from a country that has abolished the military in 1949, coming from a country that has promoted this idea of pura vida life, I would like to get your remarks on how Costa Rica has built sort of a policy design, but most importantly has begun to allocate resources on tackling climate and tackling energy crisis that connects to the architecture of security. While we talk about women representation, we talk about security line, it's also very important to understand the other sectors that do impact this field. Please, floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning. On behalf of the President of Costa Rica, Mr. Rodrigo Chavez Robles, who so kindly designated me to attend this event, I would like to extend warm greetings to Her Excellency Fousa Osmani Sadriou, President of the Republic of Kosovo, to you personally, Deputy Minister, Mrs. Gashi, and to all the honorable participants in the Women, Peace and Security Forum. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the Republic of Kosovo for convening this important forum, as well as for its generous hospitality in this beautiful city, Pristina. Let me start by saying that Costa Rica has a long-standing tradition and strong legal framework protecting human rights and specifically women's rights. It is important to mention that over 150 years ago, my country established as mandatory and free education for girls and boys. And since 1990, the country has a law to promote gender equality at the workplace, in politics, and government agencies. This started a long history of new and forward-thinking laws, policies, and court proceedings protecting women's rights and gender equality. We consider this contributed in most significant way to the stability and social peace that Costa Rica enjoys today. In September 2020, Costa Rica launched the Gender Parity Initiative to reduce the wage gap and increase female participation in the labor market. We reiterate the importance of addressing women's underrepresentation and other patterns of marginalization. The creation of safe and enabling environments for women's meaningful participation at all levels must be a priority, and concrete steps should be taken to prevent any reprisals, threats, or attacks aimed at intimidating women who take part in political or peace processes. We reiterate that the inclusion and active participation of women needs to be promoted by design. Mechanisms of inclusion, such as quotas or reserved seats and targeted recruitment, are important first steps to get more women in leadership roles and to contribute to the normalization of women in political life. Empowering women and increasing women's participation remain among the most effective tools for advancing global peace and security. My country also places education for girls and young women as a critical component of the agenda. As I mentioned, we are committed to promoting the rights and access to education for girls as essential for their human development and autonomy, and as a protective factor against poverty and violence. We believe it is essential to reinforce the measures that guarantee the permanence of adolescents in the educational system, achieving an education free of gender stereotypes and prejudices, thus improving the conditions of the educational system. Costa Rica, honoring its commitment to promote and defend women's human rights, supports the Coalition of Every Woman's Treaty. Costa Rica recognizes also that the levels of violence against women have increased due to the effects of the pandemic and climate change. Action must be taken to ensure maximum coverage and protection for women. Costa Rica considers this initiative as an opportunity to strengthen the national institutional framework, ensure women's rights at the global level, and to reaffirm the commitment to promote and defend the human rights of women, gender equality, and the fight against discrimination. At the multilateral arena, the adoption of the Resolution 1325 was a landmark moment in the history of the United Nations over 20 years ago, representing a normative shift in how we talk about women regarding international peace and security. This Resolution 1325 called on member states to move women to the front and center of peace and security processes, while also recognizing the importance of women's participation and leadership. Established a bold agenda in which gender equality was recognized as the foundation of just, peaceful, and inclusive societies. In closing, we recognize that respect for women's rights and gender equality are critical and complementary in order to ensure women's full participation. We also are committed to working towards the meaningful participation of women in all areas of human activity and decision-making, be it political representation or resolving international peace and security issues. The clues are working in education and health. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice Minister Cordero. Before we move to the Q&A, which unfortunately we will not be able to have as many questions taken to the floor due to the timing, but I'd like to give the floor to the video address sent by Irene Pellin, NATO Secretary General Special Representative on Women, Peace and Security. So if we have the written video address. Good.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Irene Fellin, the NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security. I serve as the high-level focal point for NATO's work on integrating gender perspectives. While I cannot be with you in person today, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak about women's role in building and sustaining peace in the challenging security environment that we are all facing today. War in Ukraine, strategic competition, climate change, terrorism, emerging disruptive technologies, cyber and other hybrid threats. These are the factors that lead to instability and hampers our shared security. Russia's war of aggression on Ukraine has shattered peace in Europe. It has shaken the international order. We witness systematic dehumanizing of Ukrainian population, including torture, forced deportation, and conflict-related sexual violence. This impacts all, women, men, boys and girls, the whole Ukrainian society needs to heal after the war. And here I speak to you, to people who know the toll of war and the trauma that it can leave on society. Kosovo has witnessed the brutality of war with the worst war crimes committed, including conflict-related sexual violence. The war in the Balkans was part of the impetus that led to the adoption on UNSCR 1325 on women, peace and security, particularly the use of conflict-related sexual violence as a tactic of war. At NATO, we recognize the disproportionate impact that conflict has on women and girls. We also recognize the vital role women play in peace and security, and the importance of incorporating gender perspective in all that we do. NATO's work on WPS is supported by women and men, civilian and military, throughout NATO structures. There are now gender advisors deployed across NATO structures and missions, including the NATO mission in Iraq and here in Kosovo at KFOR. We have come a long way, but we still have a long way to go. Let me now turn to women's participation in the conflict resolution process. Over 2 decades ago, the UN Security Council adopted the Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. For the first time, women's experiences and role in conflict were addressed as a matter of international peace and security. Among other principles, UNSCR 1325 enshrined the importance of women's equal participation and full involvement in all efforts for the maintenance of promotion of peace and security, and the need to increase their role in decision-making with regard to conflict prevention and resolutions. It also recognized the diverse role women play in prevention and resolution of conflict, and in the restoration of the rule of law, governance, and democracy. Women are mediators of disputes, reinforcers of community resilience, managers of critical resources, and defenders of freedom, often at great personal risk. In 2007, NATO adopted its first policy on WPS, anchored in Resolution 1325, and developed by allies and partners in the Euro-Atlantic Partnership Council. This commitment continues today. Applying a gender perspective is not only what we do, but it is more than anything else part of who we are. Embedding WPS and human security as part of our core values in the new strategic concept marks a significant milestone in NATO's efforts. I will now say a few words about NATO's strategic concept and my vision. NATO's newly adopted strategic concept addresses security challenges, as well as the need to have gender dimension and human security aspects reflected in all of NATO core tasks. Building on past progress and taking into account the new and emerging challenges faced by the Alliance, I want to share my vision and priorities for my term as Special Representative to facilitate our discussion. This can be captured in 3 key concepts: direction, dialogue, and disruption. First, our direction includes where we are now and where we are heading. I have set out to ensure appropriate representation of WPS and human security in NATO's 2022 strategic concept, and that has been achieved. With the endorsement at the NATO summit of NATO's approach to human security, we have now a clearer path forward to advance much-needed policy work. This includes policies on cultural property protection and children and armed conflict, aside from the existing ones of combating trafficking of human beings, protection of civilians, and conflict-related sexual violence. Let me turn to my second priority, our dialogue. It should remain intentional and inclusive, meaningfully engaging with stakeholders across political and military spheres, while carefully considering timelines and procedures. This continues to be important for our work, our WPS work, and will be for human security during operations. Lastly, disruption. It focuses on our gender mainstreaming efforts in our response to emerging threats, from new technologies to hybrid threats to the climate gender security nexus. That aside, engaging youth and establishing a youth peace and security agenda for NATO is also a priority for me. It will complement my work and shed a new light on how we see security. Gender, instability, insecurity, competition for resources, and negative impact of climate change are increasingly interlinked. Since the adoption of UNSCR 1325, much has been achieved. The WPS agenda is here to stay, but clearly there is a lot to address in the next decade. The challenges are not getting smaller or easier. We must continue to press for the full participation of women as a force of change in the context of conflict prevention and conflict resolution. To sum up, we need to see gender perspective as a tool and enabler to promote enduring and sustainable peace. Women and men working together are the ones who can advance the WPS agenda. Your active engagement is therefore essential for peace and security. Let me end with this. I'm truly inspired by the work of women in Kosovo as well as in the region. Their efforts have kept Kosovo moving forward to a brighter future. They do not stop when things look rough, but continue in their efforts to ensure a better future for their own country and beyond. I would like to wish you a successful conference, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I'd like to open the floor for 2 questions from the audience. If there's any out there that might have a question they would like to direct to panelists. If not, I do have a segue to the concluding part of final question for the panelists. Anyone in the room that would like to address a question? Raise your hand. We'll get the mic your way. And then we need another mic over there. Please, floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Amina Kaya and I'm from Pristina. First, thank you for coming here, and I love that we can hear different opinions and perspectives from people from all over the world on different topics. So my question is more or less related to the Western Balkans, but I believe all of you can kind of contribute to it and give your own opinions based on your own experience. So an issue that is constantly had here is women being attacked for speaking out, especially when they speak out about something that's not thought of in the general community. The concrete example I'm talking about is the NGO Women in Black, which is also very famous and hardworking in Serbia. And they speak out about, for example, the Srebrenica massacre, and you might know that that's not a popular topic in Serbia. And in this case, we don't even have support for them, not only on the systemic level, but on the grassroots level or the community, which is at least something that we have in other countries and in other societies. So in this case, where do we begin, and how do we begin to affect positively not only the NGOs, but the community, society, and the system? Because when you have the people who are helping, that's a bit easier. But when you have the people against you besides the system, it gets a bit harder. So please give us a few maybe positive examples and advice that you might have for us on how we can help them out and contribute as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amina. I have another question right there. Please go ahead. The floor is yours.
Hello. My name is Ajira Gashi. I'm from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in Kosovo. Ms. Lija Goshi, you mentioned a little bit of the impact climate change has on women, and many of you have talked upon this as well. My question is, how has, in your opinion, the Russian war in Ukraine impacted climate change policies in your different countries? A lot of countries are now moving away from their climate goals to bring back energy problems to fix the energy crisis right now. How do you think this moving away from climate goals impacts the role of women in foreign policy? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ajira, and thank you so much for both questions. I'd like to add one more question, because I think it will be the sort of the ending and last remarks from your end in regards to both questions, but also this particular one for us rings at home a lot. While participation, protection, and conflict prevention remains an essential pillar of the VPS agenda, we need to actively talk about relief and recovery. The main question that remains is how do we deal with justice for women in a post-war societies? In Kosovo, there are 20,000 women who were systematically raped by the Serbian regime. To this day, there has been no justice for any of them. Unfortunately, the Serbian regime continues to shield the perpetrators, and there has been no acknowledgement of what has happened to these women. In circumstances such as this particular one, and we've seen it now, rape as a weapon of war, do you think there are ways to identify an inclusive structure of accountability where everyone can seek justice, regardless of their nationality, ethnicity, lines of borders, whether they are small, medium, whether they are far end or very close to Europe? I'd like to hear your statement on that end as well, along with the question of how climate does impact, but also what it means to speak up in societies where there's a lot of clear boundaries, so to say. Thank you. Minister Lerman.
Thank you. Yeah, very easy questions. Thanks. Let me start with the first question, actually. Indeed, I think this is the most tricky part of any political change, of any one who wants to achieve gender equality. That is the part of actually changing culture and public perception of these kind of issues. And also, particularly when it's related to the wounds of a war, when it's related to reconciliation, all this work that actually doesn't only sort of end at the signing of a peace treaty, but that goes much deeper into the fabric of society. I think that's the hardest part of the world and work. And actually, I think here the French-German relationship and reconciliation is actually a role model. I mean, we've had all these remarks about some challenges in recent days and some disagreements, but the important parts and the strength of this really, really deep French-German friendship now, I think if you would have asked someone in the 1950s if that would even ever be possible, what we see right now and the depth of the relationships of exchanges between cities, between schools, of collaboration in the business sector, in the political sector, I mean, that would have been unthinkable. So it really takes brave politicians to actually make a step towards the other and say, no, we want to work on a peaceful future in Europe together. Yeah. So I think this can serve as an inspiration, and it needs to start with, of course, with accountability and justice, but then also the process of reconciliation needs to come, and this can be the hardest part also to move forward here. And we, as German government, stand ready to support these kind of processes. I mean, we're supporting the work in Srebrenica also by the women that are active there. I've been there at the commemoration of the genocide this year, so we really, I think it's important to keep the memory alive, but also to work on processes of reconciliation, of accountability, as you said, which is also why we supported the International Criminal Court very strongly, because we need these processes. We also need accountability and justice now for the women in Ukraine. And the people that are victims of crimes of war in Ukraine. So that's really important. To just touch upon the climate issue as well. So I think what's important now is that we all struggle somehow to get through this winter with the lack of Russian energy supplies. So we have also in Germany taken some decisions here that are unpleasant. We're running some coal plants a bit longer. We're running some nuclear plants also a bit longer. But the important thing is that these are only short-term decisions for a year or two, and that they cannot affect our aim of achieving the Paris target. So we need to make sure that the answer now to this current energy shortage and change in delivery structure of energy needs to lead to a much faster build-up of renewable energies and of energy efficiency. And that's what we've been doing in Germany actually now. We've been passing some of the most ambitious laws now to remove all the administrative barriers that might have been there before for the spread of renewables. So we're really building up renewables now much faster, and we're also putting a lot of measures in place to cut energy consumption. And that in turn will help us to get through the next winters, but also will help us to achieve the climate targets.
Thank you so much. Minister Mehai.
Well, thank you, Ms. Lisa. I see I'm a minority here as home, having a wife and 3 daughters, so thank you. I would like to say, after 1325 resolution, that's the 9th resolution. I think you saw the importance of women's role in peacekeeping, peace building. I myself have experience from peacekeeping and peace building operations abroad, like Chad, Central Africa, and Afghanistan. And I see how important the females and women's role is actually achieving goals. But just to come to justice and some of the questions that was asked, I think it's about culture. Culture change is very important. It's a topic that should never be forgotten. It's increased in dynamic in all over the world. Education will play a huge role to actually succeed, achieve some of the justice unmade, and the justice in overall. As you know, you cannot move to a certain part when you don't do justice. What happened in Bosnia, Croatia, Kosovo, as you mentioned. Also, we've seen Afghanistan, Iran, and now also in Ukraine. I mean, some countries talking about peace or being partner of peace, and when you, like Belarus, actually supporting Russia to attack Ukraine. You cannot be a partner of NATO when you don't actually implement that. Or same as we'll see with Serbia in the neighboring countries. But just to give you an example, what we saw during COVID-19, it doesn't matter of the scale of the country or the gender. It's about humanity and working together, finding solutions. I think the same approach can we do also the gender equality when it comes to the woman's role in peace building and peacekeeping. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you're not a minority in the room, I must say. There's a lot of men in the room sitting, enjoying you here. Minister Petrovska, I would hear your remarks.
Thank you. In my answer, in my intervention, actually, this time I will make some focus on the verbal violence. This is how I called whenever someone attacks a woman, that's not only because of what she's saying, but only because she's a woman. And I will give you my personal example as a Minister of Defense. At the very beginning of my mandate, which was 1 month before the Russian invasion to Ukraine, I had to give a public statement, of course, about the situation in Ukraine. And of course, that personally, but also as a Minister of Defense, I condemned what was happening and the force that Russia was still, unfortunately, is using over Ukraine. This is something that was not apparently in line with some part of the society in North Macedonia. So for several months, I was a target of hybrid threats and hybrid attacks over my personality. Their aim was one. The main aim was actually to discourage me to continue with my work and what I'm doing. But apparently, several months after, since I'm sitting here in my capacity as a Minister of Defense, I can say that they didn't manage, they didn't succeed in that. And how did I succeed in this? I was not alone. The rest of the society, who was sharing the same democratic, not politically, but democratic values as I am, they supported me. But they stand for me, not for me personally, but for what I have doing in my country and abroad. So my message is that we have to be and to stand one to each other. And what my motto personally is, which I believe strongly, is that I'm not measuring my personal success. Is not about whether I'm on the top of the mountain. Is whether I'm standing alone or I'm standing surrounded or next, actually, to people, women and men equally, with whom I'm sharing both values. Thank you.
And I get signs across the room telling me that I'm off time, but I'm very keen to make sure we get conclusion. I would like to give the floor to all of you to have your closing remarks. So please, Dr. Mone.
Well, I'll try to be very brief. I think this whole idea of us versus them, that creates the atrocities, that is at the heart of the atrocities, and we have to get rid of that. And I think inculcating tolerance, that is what we need. And again, I would go back to education. I mean, that's where we have to start. We may not do so well for our generation now, but for the next, there is hope if we can improve our education system. And also making politics less confrontational and more reconciliatory, and also abide by international laws and not not follow multiple standards when it comes to different countries. For rape, I think justice has to be delivered for each and every victim. But also, I think everywhere in the societies, rape is happening, and it is happening. In most cases, it is being used as a weapon against women, against societies, because there is this stigma attached to this whole thing. When a woman is bitten by an animal, there is no stigma attached to it. But when a man behaves like an animal with a woman and rapes her, why is she stigmatized, and why is her life ruined? In many societies, it is completely ruined. So we have to, I think, separate, we have to get rid of the stigma from that. So we have to change our mindset, how we see this. Definitely the victims must get justice, and the perpetrators must be brought to books. But we have to change the mindset as well, I think. And working together is always, I mean, this whole, we can do wars, we can do sanctions, we can do counter-sanctions, but these are not going to give us what we want. I think negotiation and collaboration is going to give us what we want. So we must proceed with those. Thank you.
We will have to leave. Thank you very much, Dr. Monet. I will excuse Minister Anne Leumann. I was told that you will have to leave the panel. Thank you so much for your contribution. We'll continue with our final remarks. Deputy Minister Petrova, please, floor is yours.
I'll be brief. I know I'm keeping people from lunch, but I want to touch on few aspects that first Minister Petrovska said about the hybrid attack, and I think we didn't talk about social media and the role social media plays right now in first raising a message of being able to unite people around peace, but also being able to attack people. And I think we cannot expect women to be involved in peacemaking if their own peace is not guaranteed, and if they're not, their protection of their rights is not guaranteed, and if they're still more vulnerable. And actually social media can make it even more. And I've seen this accords from many women in political positions as well, in many countries, in the UK, in Germany, in many parts of the world where you typically not expect to have it. And I'm sure that many women in this position have seen that. And so that's something to still work on, and to understand how we're able to use social media for good purposes rather than suffer from it. And I want to finish with something relating to the question of what can it be done better so that in Western Balkans, or generally in the Balkans, to be able to empower women, but also broader civil society activity. I think it comes with the maturity of a society to be able to to realize the importance of speaking freely. I think very often we are societies that are kind of very young democracies. We know we can, but we're not comfortable to do it. And I think there I would really try to encourage people to realize that we've had snowball effects around the world from what was happening in Iran. Previously, we had snowball effects of what was happening with the Me Too movement in parts of the world, and people retrospectively applied that power that they certainly felt that they have. So I think there I would say, don't be afraid, even if you don't feel comfortable with it. I think very often it's just a matter of creating a community around yourself, and at the smallest level, at the most regional level even. And here I think finding ways to surround yourselves with like-minded people can generate that power. And here I want to finish with one sentence that I always quote, but I think it's also very relevant here. It's from a Bulgarian novel, and it says, don't just follow other people's path, go where there's no path and make another path for others to follow. And I think that's something that always empowers me, and I hope it empowers others in the same position as well.
Well said. Well said. Thank you so much. Minister Al-Shamsi, floor is yours.
Thank you. I have some suggestion. I think it is very important to form the groups of women in every country to provide for them advanced training and let them to play great roles to keep the peace and security in every country, because we need women empowerment in this area, because there is lack. Women in economic and education and health cares and everywhere, we are taking care about this issue. But about the security and about the peace, we don't have many action in this field. So this really from our experience in my country, I found this experience is very important for women everywhere. By the way, recently we have 5 ladies from Kosovo in Her Highness Sheikh Fatma program. So I'm so proud. We can attract many ladies from all the world and share them or involve them in this program and try to imitate this program in many countries. It is very important for women. I think I work for women in the whole world, not just for my country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Al-Shamsi. Floor is yours. Deputy Minister.
Thank you very much. Peace, democracy, and human rights are pillars of our state policy. So my country condemns any kind of illegal attack against any human being, especially on women, on children, in any sense. So we strongly condemn that. In the 80s and 90s, my country received refugees from neighboring countries being victims of wars, and they were integrated in our society, and their rights were fully respected in our country. Even my country is the seat has been the seat for 40 years of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vice Minister Cordova. It is a pleasure for me to be among this distinguished group of panelists. I'd like to pass on just a few remarks about what will happen next. As you know, there are multiple panels going on across different rooms, so please just reference to the schedule. We know we are a bit delayed, but there's lunch out there, so thank you for staying longer with us and for skipping your lunch, but there's something waiting for you. It is clear that it's hard to stay on it. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah.